I'm like a 9 hour person these days, so.
Good morning, and everybody welcome to the Sarasota County School Board, our work session today, April 1st at 10 a.m. If we would, we'll go ahead and we'll start off. It looks like our first thing is policy updates. Superintendent Connor, please.
Thank you, and good morning, Board. I hope you all had a nice spring break. Today is April 1st, and I do not have any tricks up my sleeve today, as it is April Fool's Day, but we will get started with several items. As said by Chairman Timinos, policy updates with Mr. Parento. We'll also talk about just the FEFP budget comparisons from the House and the Senate, where we're looking at in terms of our projections. Property insurance renewal, we have some quotes on that to share with the board. And a exciting update for Strategic Plan Pillar 5, which pertains to our Family and Community Engagement Department, led by Dr. Moore. And then at the end, we'll talk a little bit about our board meeting frequency. So we'll begin with Mr. Parento.
Thank you, Superintendent, and good morning, board members. As you know, we are going through quarterly policy review and revision cycle. So this quarter was chapters 3 and 5 of our policy handbook. And we once again have a chart for you that outlines a lot of where we are and what those numbers look like. We have 3 policies that we did not begin the revision process on this quarter, and that's because we're looking at larger changes in alignment with those and potential upcoming legislative changes that we know are likely to happen, so we wanted to hold off on those and wait until next quarter after the legislative session. We have 20 policy revisions that are in progress, 17 that are complete, and we did have 40 policies that were up to date in terms of legal compliance and best practices. Also there you see the rolling year look at where we are in terms of policy revisions, and the bulk of those not started are the ones that we'll be tackling in the next quarter. So the first policy review that you'll see is policy 3.10, administrative organization. We just made some minor changes in this to align with position titles that we have within the district. Second policy is 3.25 regarding AEDs. We revised this to align with our athletics policy requiring an additional operational AE available during athletic events. We already have that as part of the athletics policy. We just also wanted that reflected here in addition to the AEDs that we have on every school campus. Policy 3.50 is our inspection of public records policy. We revised this to combine it with policy 3.51, which is copying of public records. That was just a one policy, and we really wanted to make this more robust and more comprehensive. So we do recommend changing the name of this to policy 3.50 public records so that it outlines the transparency in our public records inspection, retention, and responding to requests process, as well as fees that could come along with public records requests. As mentioned, policy 3.51 is copying of public records. Once we get the recommendation for policy 3.50 approved, we would recommend that we repeal this policy just to avoid any future confusion as people are looking through our policy manual. Policy 3.51A was our public records request procedure. We're making the revision to this in terms of the policy number after a repeal of policy 3.51, just so that everything aligns in a seamless fashion. The revisions outline the process for making a public records request, and we've added to this procedure a direct link to where members of the public can make requests, as well as a QR code that they can scan from their phone to be able to go directly to make that request from whatever device that they may be on. Policy 5.70 is our
Ms.
student-
Parento.
May I, real quick question. So as we modernize our public records request process, which I couldn't be more thrilled to hear, with that, I know the board gets reports, I think quarterly or, I'm sorry, monthly, as far as the requests. Now that it sounds like we're digitizing that, is there a report that can come to the board when it comes to requests?
I believe that would stay the same, the report that the board members get.
Oh,
And
okay.
we can check with the
Okay.
records department and just make sure that if it will look different or come in a different way, that
Okay.
board members are made aware.
Perfect, thank you.
Policy 5.70 is our student records policy. We made revisions to this just so it better aligns with applicable laws regarding student records, directory information, and personally identifiable information, making sure that this policy really shows the protection of all of that information within our records system. It also allows parents to withhold permission for directory information to be released with written notification to the school at any time. Within the policy originally, it stated that you could only opt out of your child's directory information from being released within the first 2 weeks of school. As we went through this process, we couldn't really come up with a scenario where if a parent said, I don't want my student's information released in December or in April, we would tell them no. So we wanted to make sure that this aligns with that, and also making sure that we identified the proper person at the school for parents to reach out to, because within this policy and policy 5.71 on directory information, which you'll see next, it identified two different people for who to send that request to. So we wanted to make sure that those were aligned. Policy 5.71, as mentioned, on directory information, the change allows parents to withhold that information from being released at any point during the school year by providing that written notification to the school. Policy 5.33 is teacher removal of students from the classroom. We revised this to align a lot more closely with state statute on the types of behaviors that can lead to a teacher requesting the removal of a student from the classroom, and also what that process looks like so that it is more open and everybody is aware of it. Policy 5.34 on expulsion of students. This adds information from the FLDOE rule change about making a false threat or report, and that now being grounds for expulsion from schools. We also aligned the procedures within there more closely with what our current process actually is for those expulsion hearings and what that looks like as the process moves along. Policy 5.31 is our gang control policy. We revised the definitions of criminal gang associate, and criminal gang-related activity to be aligned with changes that have been made to state statutes so that there is no misinterpretation of what those types of things might be. We also revised the review and appeal process for consistent implementation, and so that it is more objective across the board rather than potentially being subjective school to school. Policy 5.322 is the prohibition against the use, sale, and possession of alcohol and drugs. We made minor revisions to align with state and federal law within the policy instead of just identifying a particular subsection of Florida statute, going through the entire selection of state law for what would be applicable there. Policy 3.43 is our internet safety policy. State law changes a couple of years ago now require us to bring this policy to the board on an annual basis, even if no changes are made, so that it can be approved by the board every school year. We did make minor revisions to this, including a new reference now that we have policy 4.24, artificial intelligence acceptable use, that was approved by the board after the last time that this policy was, so that we reference that in the policy instead of just referencing artificial intelligence use as a whole. Policy 4.222 is our library, media center, and evaluation, selection, and object to use policy. We revised the structure of this policy for clarity on the district media specialist, the training requirements, and certification process that they go through the Florida Department of Education. We also made changes to the hierarchy of information within here for what the process of the district media specialist looks like, so that it includes information about objections and how that process goes, including clearly stating within the policy that if there is an objection hearing that we have for a challenged material, that there is an opportunity at that meeting for public comment, including time for the objector to state their case at any and all of those objection hearings in front of that district review committee. We did have one material that was challenged and went through the hearing process. It started at the school level. The challenger decided they wanted to escalate it. We went through all of this, and as we went through the process, we did note a couple of gaps in our policy that didn't clearly state that information. So we made sure that the objector knew that they had that time to make public comment and state their case at both of the hearings, and we also made sure that that person was aware that after the decision of the district review committee, they had the opportunity to appeal the entire board if they wanted to, but they chose a different avenue of opting their child out of certain access at the school-based level, and that has all been taken care of. We also added information to this policy about lost or damaged material fees, so that parents are aware that if their student loses a material or destroys it, that there are some fees that will be associated with that at the school level.
One additional change too. I know I sent this to you last week, having some conversation with Ms. Barker after sending this out. We did find that for our deselection process, we added a fifth criteria, which is if deemed not age appropriate as defined by statute, that would be a criteria for deselecting material from the regular maintenance of the collection. So that I appreciate that suggestion, and that does align with our practice. We have several criteria: whether a book is damaged or hasn't been circulated for a while, or may be deemed not age appropriate. So it will align with our current practice.
Ms. Barker?
Good job. Thank you. So yes, and I, in full transparency, have had conversation with Mr. Connor about this. When this policy came up for review, it sort of led me to look a little bit more closely at how we weed our circulation here in the district, and weeding is an incredibly important part of maintaining a media collection. You have to weed your materials, but I did find some things in the previous school year that I had questions about, and I contacted Mr. Connor. There were books that were removed for being not age appropriate from our schools, but that wasn't a policy, and so our practice was not aligned with our policy, and our policy should, it should all go together. But I wonder, Mr. Connor, if you could speak a little bit more about what the process for removing books and what that looks like in transparency for the community when books are removed, and how we can access that information.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do keep record of that, and we are taking more specific record of that as of late with new legislation and new policy about how we weed and deselect materials, and that is publicly available material upon request. So when we deselect books, so we average, roughly, and I'm giving you very rough numbers, estimates, 2% of our collection on an annual basis, right? And then we refresh that with new titles, whether that be 1 or 2% on an annual basis. So there's a constant recirculation and a refreshing of materials. But the main thing in terms of our media techs at our school sites, they are looking at the process of what books may be damaged, they may need to be deselected or weeded from there, or they haven't been circulated in several years. So in order to refresh that, they're looking at what may need to be removed. When it comes to age appropriateness, we do have district media specialists. We have 3 of them throughout that work throughout the county in regional capacities. But when we decide whether we're going to deselect a material because of age appropriateness, those will convene together, and there's a process involved in deselecting that material. So I'm going to hand it over to Ms. O'Day and the team to talk a little bit about that process. In terms of our current titles, we have several titles that may have been deselected for certain grade levels, so it may not be necessarily appropriate for K1 and 2, but may be appropriate for 3, 4, and 5. And so that would show up on a report as being weeded for age appropriateness, even though that title may still be in circulation for other grade levels. So there is a little bit of a caveat that if you look at it just in black and white, you may think that a title has been completely removed for age appropriateness, and that's not necessarily the case.
Yeah, so to piggyback on what you said, because you did cover that pretty well, I don't want to restate what he said. The only other caveat would be like moving the grade bands up and down because of age appropriateness, or if it becomes adult content in nature, because at times when you're looking at age appropriate, sometimes it is content age appropriate, but we're finding the adult content in that process as well, and if it deemed is adult content, we don't teach adults, we teach children. So it is moved right on out of our library circulation, and that is usually because of pornographic in nature and sexual content that can't be in there, or things about drugs and suicide. Those are just some of the more popular things that come up when we code something adult content. Mr. Prento, did you want to add, did I miss anything, or Mr. Connor?
No, the only thing that I would add is that the district media specialists, as they're trained through the Florida Department of Education, that age appropriateness is a part of that training. They also have resources that they use where they can reference and look at what the recommended age ranges are for these materials. And when we're deeming something age appropriate, it's based on the content of the material, not the complexity of the text. So if a certain material is a complex text, might be available for a higher level reader, but the content of it is not age appropriate, our district media specialists are making recommendations on alternative texts that have similar complexity for those students that may be higher level readers. And if a material is not age appropriate at one elementary school because it's K2, you may see it removed from there, then the barcode is changed and it's added back into circulation at that school. And as we look at other schools throughout the district, it may not be available at any other school in K2, so it wouldn't be showing up on the report as even looked into at a different elementary school or similar grade level school. So those books can be added back in, and we want to make sure that now that we do have the new platform for tracking all of this, that we have as many available touch points of finding out how this goes and if it moved, where it moved, and be able to track all of that information.
Ms. Barger?
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it. And I think the second part of my thought process was, how are we communicating if a book is deemed not age appropriate, even if it's just for K through 2, how are we communicating that to our library techs and our parents? Because, the message that we've been giving the community is we don't have any banned books in Sarasota, right? But perhaps there are some books that we internally have decided are not age appropriate, right? But so how are we communicating that information?
So we do have within our policy that if a book is deemed not age appropriate for certain grade levels, that the district media specialists communicate that to the schools, to their media techs, and to the school principals, so that that can be communicated out as well. It would also flag within the CHOUT system. if by chance that book is still there and accessible at certain grade levels, or a student walks over to a different portion of that media center and goes to check out that material. As they go through that process, it would flag. There's also a notification that goes out to parents every time their student checks out a book. So they get that opportunity to see what their children are checking out. And if they see a title or something that they look into and they deem that they don't feel that's appropriate for their child, they have the tools available to them to have that material not be available to their student. And that would be in their student's file for when they go to check out a book, that if it's something similar or a specific title, that they would not be able to.
Yep, and then let me add into the banned book. There are no banned books in Sarasota. Banning really refers to a unilateral decision. I don't like this book, it's banned and I'm taking it away. We have a process that's rooted in our policy and procedure and aligned to the state's expectations for how we're reviewing our library media circulation. And again, if it's deemed adult content, it's deselected as a part of that process. But we don't ban books. We deselect them based on the categories that you guys have seen as far as the deselection process, and we added in the age appropriateness because that is what we do in procedure, because that is the expectation of the state. It just wasn't listed there, and so that was part of that policy change. Not that it's different from practice, but it's reflecting more transparently how we deselect books. But we have not banned any books in Sarasota.
Ms. Marinelli?
Yes, thank you. Could you just give the definition that is used by our district of what age appropriate means? And then are the school personnel trained so everyone is saying the same thing of what age appropriateness is? And how's that communicated to parents so we all know what is the definition that's being used for age appropriate?
Yeah, we absolutely do have that. It is based on Florida statute, so I'll give Mr. Parento just a second if you want to pull that up and we could say it verbatim, what that means. But we are very clearly, and that's why we put that specifically in this policy, that if deemed not age appropriate as defined by Florida statute, that covers that definition. In the event that may change, right? You know, statutes change on a year-to-year basis. And so are you ready to go ahead and share that?
So the definition is within Florida Statute 39.4091, and age appropriate is defined as activities or items that are generally accepted as suitable for children of the same chronological age or level of maturity. Age appropriateness is based on the development of cognitive, emotional, physical, and behavioral capacity that is typical for an age or age group. So that is the definition and direction that is given to our district media specialists from the Florida Department of Education through their training and certification. And it's also why we want to make that, why we have made that a group decision instead of an individual decision that could be different in North County than South County if it's a different district media specialist that's looking through that.
Mr. Parento, just let me add too, in other policies in our district, when a parent is utilizing their rights to say they want to opt in or opt out of a text that's being read aloud in a classroom, that's also listed in our policy, that it has to meet the criteria if they want something reviewed that's required instruction, or if the reasoning on why they don't want their child exposed to that. So it filters everywhere, not just in the library media circulation, but then texts and resources that we're using in the classroom to deliver instruction. So it's listed there as well in our policy. If you didn't want to look up the statute, we actually do outline it there.
Mr. Edwards?
So I think what we all just heard is that that definition is still highly regarded as subjective. And what concerns me, because I've been down this road probably about 2 years ago where we had opt-out, and I asked if we could have, for lots of parents that had contacted me, I want my child to opt into everything. I want them to be able to read everything. I want them to hear everything. And I was told legally that that wasn't possible. So I'm asking that question again. And the second thing is, I think because there are parents that that perceive that things that are controversial, things that some parents might find objectionable, they don't. And why does somebody get to decide that for my child? I think we should, at a minimum, make those titles transparent for everybody. That these books, and to use your word, deemed inappropriate, is that, yeah, deemed inappropriate versus banned.
Right.
You know, I want to stay on the same language, that we should have a very transparent list of books by age that were deemed inappropriate so that parents can make those decisions for their children otherwise.
Ms. Ziegler?
Thank you. I love this conversation. That was really wonderful to really, after 2 years of state legislation, lots of dynamic discussion at the community level, but then to see from the policymaking standpoint where we've landed. I applaud all of you because I know there's been a lot of work behind that. And I would agree. Listen, if there are any books that have been relocated, I'm not sure if a coding standpoint, if we can't remember what the other word was, I didn't write it down, but where we don't want to misconstrue that it's been actually removed, maybe it was removed. Instead, it could be replaced, or I don't know, something like that. So it's clearly not out of our circulation, but it was replaced based on grade, maturity, lexile. So, but and any ones that were removed, I think that I don't think there's any reason why it wouldn't be public or whatever. There's a very thorough process. I will say the reason that I believe you had to read that statute is, and to Mr. Edwards' point, yeah, it is very, I think there's a lot of subjectivity to it, and that's the challenge. But I believe the professionals in this district are able to find it, follow through with it, because I don't think it's that new by way of concept. But at the same token, when they made that language, I think it took something like 3 weeks just for that. So I think that the whole point was certainly empowering families to get involved, but also to create guidelines. And then if anything is in fact removed through that very thorough process, I don't think there's any reason to put it out there. At the end of the day, there's going to be opinions on all sides for whatever it is, and I don't think there's any benefit from, if people want to find it, they're going to find it. So let's make it available. But thank you, because otherwise that's a fantastic process.
Superintendent Connor?
Yeah. Just taking that feedback, we'll continue to refine this process. I think as we've gone through this iteration and with new legislation and understanding what our requirements too are under that new legislation and policy, our processes continue to get refined, they improve. And so I think we can do an even better job in making sure that that's all transparent and accurate, because what I do fear in the current report that's out there is that it may even look like it's weeded and it's completely gone out of the circulation. So we want to make sure that anything we put out there reflects what truly is happening and not misconstrued in any way. So we'll continue to work through that process.
Mr. Edwards?
Yeah, I would just add one last thing to that, if we're really trying to balance the scales here. I had noticed, and I've had several conversations with the superintendent in my one-on-ones about self-censoring. So what concerns me about the subjectivity is that sometimes people think, oh, this is kind of on the border, and I don't want the controversy, I don't want the headache, I don't want so I'm going to move it. That's why I think it should be transparent. But just as we have the process to remove a book for the public, I think there should be the process that I want the book put back in circulation. It should be equal. So if somebody finds that we removed a book objectionable, they should be able to argue it if they want. No, if it's already been removed because it's deselected, it didn't go through the banning process. So I'm just trying to make sure that it's a level playing field.
Okay, a few things. So you had initially said the opt-in, opt-out, and making sure that was clear. So opt-in, opt-out is for the required instruction. I want to make it clear that required instruction by the state, there is no opting in or opting out. That is required instruction that we're expected to deliver if the child is in attendance at school. It's when we have supplemental materials that may come into play to enhance the instructional unit. So it could be a speaker, it could be a field trip, it could be a text, a video clip that has to be communicated transparently that that's what's going to be shown. And a parent does have the opportunity to say, I want my child in or out of that, which doesn't impact other children. As far as books that have been deselected and, we're saying they're no longer available, especially in the adult content lane, even if a parent wanted their child to read, I'm going to give an example, Son of a Witch, which has lots of things in it. It's a mature perspective on the story of Wicked from The Wizard of Oz, but takes it in a whole different direction. There's rape, there's drugs, there's a lot of things in there that can be read, but not being offered at our school sites. So we wouldn't even say, even if you want your child to read it, we can direct you to the public library and other things, but we wouldn't offer that. So, saying that if we've deselected it, we want to opt into that, we would still not provide it because based on the deselection criteria and the state criteria, we have to follow that, and that's where we stand. So we wouldn't re-offer that even if a parent wanted it. But content-wise, just to point out to there's 43 titles that were deemed not age appropriate, which is something that Ms. Barker had brought to the attention of the superintendent. As we've been reviewing that, we've categorized some things in here just as far as the process and how we're coding, because there's different drop downs. There's definitely human error in here because there's little things that are just, it may have been deselected, but it's definitely not for age appropriateness because it's not demonstrating that, but there must have been something else as far as it's just not being read because the book's from 1965. It was damaged. We have multiple copies. There's a lot of other reasons, so we know what direction we want to go in with our library media specialists district-wide and our aides and making sure that they're handling those nuances and going slow because it does raise concern that may be creating concern that we don't need. And then even looking at the content here, none of this is content sensitive. There's a lot of fantasy and sci-fi and things that aren't really, going in the direction of I feel like we're censoring that content because it's a controversial topic. And then the other titles in here, there are definitely adult content. There's pornographic in nature, or there's stuff explicitly about suicide and drug use and things that we can't expose based on our criteria. So we do have a detailed breakdown of that, which we can go over in one-on-ones next week and really explain what we found, what are some things that are in question that we feel are more, human error because we can't quite understand why it was deselected, and then even did a deeper dive on if it was deselected based on age appropriateness, did it get recategorized? And there are recategorizations. So it shouldn't have been in third, but now it's in fifth, or it shouldn't have been in fifth, and now it's in seventh. So we were able to do some cross-referencing just based on the perception that this report was giving, but then also guidance on how to create a more detailed report so that it's not confusing, slowing down so we can eliminate that human error, and then we absolutely can generate a master list of deselection, but what we have to make sure is that it's categorized properly, or we're just kind of chasing our tail on understanding it. So just want you to know that a lot of great questions. We've dug deeper on it with the team, and we'll continue to get better at our process so we can be as transparent as possible.
Yeah, I wasn't really suggesting anything around adult content. My biggest concern, I've seen it happen. I've been in conversations where people said, quite frankly, that could be controversial, and I'm just not going to do that. And I've seen teachers deselect things in their own personal libraries, if even get rid of their own personal libraries. So it's those kinds of things that as the pendulum is swinging back to the center, I want, and from my perspective also, I don't think it's all that many books, because I did spend a lot of time with the superintendent going over that list and talking about it, so I'm familiar with what you're talking about. So I think you're probably talking, if I had to take a really good guess, I think you're talking about 25 books that might fall into that sort of gray category. And that's the place that if we are proud of the fact that we haven't banned a book, then we're proud of the fact that if it's a close call, we're also making that transparent to the public so that the parents can make their own call. I think that that's the kind of place that I'm looking to get to.
Ms. Ziegler?
I really have to say how much I'm enjoying just hearing this process, because what I think there's been a disconnect, and I think all well-intentioned, because I've heard us talk about a variety of different topics or situations that I think there's a lot of a common sense approach in a lot of these situations. And years ago, at least in our district, we had vetting processes, but it was not uniform, and it certainly wasn't written down. I mean, we had a workshop here, and the person who oversaw that was, quite frankly, was unable to say what it is across the board when we talk about instructional material, particularly media. And there is a sensitivity to making sure that pendulum doesn't go from one extreme to the other. And I think this whole process has really benefited the district, and I say that's why. And I think Mr. Connor mentioned we're fine-tuning it. We didn't have a process at all before. And then it was actually vetting it and aligning it to the state. And now it's going through, to your point, of making sure, because we understand the emotion behind this topic, not wanting to give, there's nothing that would preclude us from wanting to be transparent. It's making sure that it's accurate. But, and I hope that the community, when they see it, that I think it actually will probably alleviate a lot more things than the unknown, because I think that whenever this goes through, people being able to evaluate why it was pulled for what reason, it is in fact a very common sense unifying kind of component. And so, and then to the point of that, but we'll be transparent maybe, and there are families that are like, I definitely want my child to read it, and we'll be able to highlight it, and they can walk over to the public library or whatever and get that. And I think that, but again, I think the transparency piece is certainly standing behind a lot of the work that you guys are doing, that I know that will very much be supported even as transparently as possible. So thank you.
Ms. Parker?
So yes, thank you so much, and thank you everyone. And actually, Mr. Edwards, you said beautifully, I think, what I was trying to communicate, which was that I want to make sure that our media techs, that our teachers, that everyone feels very confident that they know exactly what is or isn't allowed, and that they know the process. If they're on the fence about something, that they can go to these 3 district media specialists and really hash out whether or not this is a book that should be in circulation. Going to make the wrong decision and somehow be in trouble. So I love that. And then the other thing, just to throw out there, is that I was in Tallahassee over spring break, and I actually spoke with Representative Bankson, who has legislation out there to change the definition again of what is appropriate. So I anticipate that we will have this conversation again at some point. So.
Which perfectly goes with why we put that in. We just let the statute lead the policy. I just want to, just for the sake of any of our teachers, any of our staff and administrators who may watch this workshop, is to reassure them we do not want to live in a self-censoring environment. We want people to feel comfortable about the decisions they're making. We want them to select materials and almost err on the side of caution of removing a book before you just rip it off the shelf, right? And so, thank you, Ms. Barker. We have plenty of professionals that are working in this specific area to help any of our teachers, any of our administrators with any of those tough conversations or questionable calls, or it's on the fence, we don't know. So please rely on that, reach out to us. But I would say err on the side of caution of not removing the book until you've gone through that process. Because we do, some things are very black and white. We can make the call and say, that's not age appropriate. And then those close calls, reach out to someone and we'll be glad to help you. But here in Sarasota, I don't want our teachers to feel like they need to remove things off the shelf because they're in fear for their job or they're in fear that something bad's going to happen to them. No one wants to work in an environment like that. So know that we're here to support you and we'll help you make those tough decisions if they come about. We want plenty of books on our shelves.
Ms. Marinelli?
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Connor, thank you for making that clear, because, like 2 years ago when this 2.5 years all blew, teachers took their own books off of their classroom, and that was not something that the board said, and that was before you even arrived, and that just caused such a emotional upheaval with our teachers, because they were told by, I think, the previous superintendent that one of them that everything was to come off their shelves until it could be cataloged. And we've been dealing with that ever since. So I appreciate this process. And, you know, because of the fact that I was at an elementary school and we had parents always object to some books. The last one was all the Harry Potter things because, and you know, those were not taken off the shelves because those were very important. And I think it's critical for children to know the difference between fantasy and real life and what's appropriate and not. But I don't want to get in the business of censoring, and I just want to make sure that everybody is trained, and that when a book is deemed not age appropriate, that it's following all, because I don't even understand the years that I was not working anymore, how some of these books even ended up in our media center, because they never used to be in the media center. So that's my question too, and I don't think anybody can answer it, but how did these books get in there? Because they never were before. We always used age appropriate, but it never had to raise to the level it does today. So I just want to make sure that everybody knows what the rules are and everybody follows them, so we don't have all these upheavals. And if a parent wants their child to read something, I'm glad you stated that you can direct them to the public library, or if they want to purchase a book, Amazon, wherever, Barnes and Noble, but that at school we're age appropriate and we're an instructional environment. So thank you.
Ms. Ziegler?
I know I want to be tight on time, but I just want to make sure that I truly believe that when we're talking about those are very extreme outliers, that because I feel that there's a counter argument of, well, if we start pulling those, that's not available to go to the public library, or they don't have the money to go there. And I'm saying, yes, let's put this public, because I think there's an unknown of what those books are. And I think there's a heck of a lot more common sense and unity in what they actually would be removed than what the unknown that's being kind of leveraged for either side of this debate. And that's why I said I think that there's been incredible work done by the staff. I believe we have incredible professionals inside of our district, and I do think that that matrix is the process is very thorough and it's fine-tuned. And so as we move forward, I don't want people to be fearful. And I think that, again, I want to clip this piece when you guys outlined the entire process, because wow, how it has improved in a tremendous way, and I think for the betterment of everyone. So thank you again for that amazing work.
Thank you, Mr. Parento.
And one final thing to wrap that up. We do have a decision tree that our district media specialists use for this process that starts with their guiding question. They go through it. If yes, this. If no, this. Okay, it goes to the next step. Just to make sure that they are approaching this process with fidelity and make sure that we know exactly why these decisions are made. So we're going through that list of the 43 books that you referenced, because we, like Ms. O'Day said, we do feel like there's some human error in there. And we know that if we can backtrack that, we've already found some of those books are still available, even though they say that they were removed for not being deemed age appropriate. So whether they were available at the lower grade level and now they've moved up, we know some that have gone to other school levels where those are now being used. And I think that list is probably a lot smaller, significantly smaller than that 43. So we'll continue to work on that and make sure that that's all taken care of in terms of making sure that it's accurate. Next policy revision is policy 5.50, academic honesty. The revision in this policy just referencing policy 4.24 on artificial intelligence acceptable use, so that those two are aligned. Policy 5.20 is our student attendance zones and choice options policy. We revised this to add clarification to the process when it's necessary to change school boundaries. And as we went through the boundary process for Sky Ranch, we learned a lot of things that may have been gaps within the policy and a lot of feedback from the community that we could make this policy more transparent for what it looks like. And we know that as we go through the process for Welland Park High School, we want everybody to be aware. So adding in there what happens at the initial process, what the boundary advisory committees look like, the community informational meetings, the communication touch points that happen along the way of when potentially impacted families are notified about a boundary advisory committee, a community meeting, anything like that, so that everybody who wants to provide their feedback is able to do that as many times as possible throughout that process. For when the Boundary Advisory Committee meetings happen, when the community meetings happen, when the public hearing is happening, when the workshop is happening, and when a final approval is happening. So adding all of those different things in here that we learned through that last process and that we got the feedback on, I think is going to make the next one go in a lot more structured fashion where the community is aware of what's happening through the process. Policy 5201 is our school choice options policy. We made minor changes to this policy for clarity and for consistency with our implementation. And the final policy that we have today is 5.372 regarding student identification badges. We made a revision of this policy that allows the Office of Safety and Security to allow certain exemptions for schools and students as they're wearing their identification badges and lanyards throughout the school day. Some of those things could be during recess at the elementary level or during PE at the elementary level, because that could obviously be a safety risk if a student's wearing a lanyard on the playground and they're jumping around, somebody grabs onto it accidentally. So we wanted to have the ability for the Office of Safety and Security to use good common sense in creating some of those exemptions to allow that flexibility in our schools, so that if we do have a school-based inspection that happens from the Office of Safe Schools, that we are still in compliance with what they require, but we're able to mitigate some potential safety risks throughout the school day. And with that, we welcome any other questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Brento. I don't see any. We'll continue with the rest of the workshop. Next, budget update. Superintendent Connor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. We're going to pass it on to Ms. Bonnie Pinner, our CFO, to talk about our FEFP comparisons for the upcoming school year and where we are currently.
Yes, so today I'm going to be talking in different years. So we're going to talk about where we stand in regards to the 24-25 year, having just received the third calculation of the FEFP, and then show where we stand as far as forecasting and getting ready for the 25-26 year. So again, the third calculation of the FEFP, it incorporates our October count of students. It was released on March 3rd, 2025, which is incredibly late. Years and years ago, back before they changed some of the calculations of FTE, we used to get this in November, which gave us plenty of time to make adjustments as we had fluctuations, specifically if there was a cut from the state. Now getting that when you're really 3/4 of the way through the year makes it very, very difficult. So I say that just so we understand that having a fund balance plays a huge role in this as these become later and we're have more difficult or less of an opportunity to make adjustments as these calculations come so late. So again, this first slide with some counts shows results of our enrollment on an unweighted FTE portion basis. It shows you our forecast was for unweighted students. You can see for all students, all schools and scholarships, we were just over 48,000 students, of which 37,507 students were within our traditional public schools. The third calculation, you can see that we were down just a little bit with 48,383 students. Again, 37,180 of those students were for our traditional schools. So when you look at the decrease in our unweighted enrollment, overall, we saw the decrease of 276 students, but primarily those students were within our schools. So we are seeing a decrease in enrollment. And just to give you some perspective, prior to COVID, we were seeing enrollment just over 36,000 students on an unweighted basis. So we still have a increase or a growth, which is warranting some of these new schools we're having. But as we see things like scholarships and charter schools expand, we are seeing our portion also, pulling back a little bit. But what really makes a difference in regards to funding are those weighted FTE. So we have found in the last few years that despite seeing a decline in our unweighted enrollment, we are seeing an increase in the weighted student population. So this means students that are receiving services through ESE or ESOL that receive additional funding due to those services. We were seeing that is increasing overall our weighted FTE. So again, you can see with the forecast, we forecast a total weighted FTE of 55,101 students. We exceeded that in the third calculation, up to 55,616. And if you look at the orange highlighted, which are our school enrollment, or relates back to our traditional school enrollment, we did increase 210 weighted FTE. So again, despite enrollment and the student population going down, because we had kids that were staffed into some of these higher weighted programs, we did see an increase in our weighted funding. And also, as we get later on and talk a little bit about some of the legislation that's happening, you can look and see we've pulled out what our add-on FTE is, which shows as the weighted FTE for Sarasota County Schools. So you can see we in the third calculation received just under 2,500 additional FTE for those students that are participating in those students. So that is a significant increase from last year. So that means our secondary schools are working hard to include students in those particular programs, and they are successful in educating in the programs. So again, this is something that we've been seeing that despite unweighted FTE or enrollment going down, we're seeing an increase in our student population in those weighted categories. So how does that impact our funding? So our funding change overall in the third calculation showed a reduction of just over $4 million. So a big piece of that relates to a proration, meaning that the state had not budgeted enough money to cover the number of students that were going to be educated in our schools. So when that happens, we get what they call a proration, which is basically a proportionate cut of our funding for that increase. So again, $4 million, almost $3 million of that relates to charter schools. We find that typically our charter schools over forecast their population, so we just have to go back and we revise that as those actual counts come in. So again, of the $4 million, almost $3 million of that relates to our charter schools. So the impact on our budget due to our student population is just under or 1.1 million decrease due to our FEFP. And again, it's a little unsettling that we're seeing an increase in our weighted FTE, but again, because of the proration and a few other things, we actually are seeing a decrease in our funding. So again, the primary portion of this decrease relates to the proration. $3.5 million was our portion of the proration. we saw a decrease in transportation funding, and that related to the FTE that was submitted for ridership of our students. But the big piece that is something that I think is important for everybody to understand are we had scholarship deductions made for approximately 250 students that were in our schools. So let me explain a little bit of how that works. So the way the FEFP works for scholarship students is those FTE for those students are built into those FTE amounts. The FEFP then runs the calculation to determine how much money is earned based on those FTE, and then there's a separate file called a payment file that is used to deduct the dollars that are sent out for scholarship payments. The process when a student is issued a scholarship does not include verification of whether that student is currently attending one of our traditional public schools. So you may, as a parent, decide over the summer that I'm going to apply for a scholarship, get awarded that scholarship, and then for whatever reason happens, day one, I decide I'm going to go to Sarasota County Schools. And that does not get quickly or transparently rectified within the FEFP. So what we're seeing is there's not a timely reconciliation, and again, the payment file deducts those despite them being at our schools. So what we used to see is we would enter the FTE, and we could compare it to the payment file. We'd see if there were data elements that perhaps were causing this student to not flow through the FTE edit process. We would see if there were maybe students who had an issue with their Florida ID, and perhaps they were William J and they should be William I, and they were duplicates, so we could make some of those corrections. Now, Department of Education is entering in those student FTE, and so we're not seeing where those discrepancies are, nor are we seeing how they're corrected. The other piece are these students that are sitting in our schools. What we see when we have students, for instance, that are reported by Manatee County and they've maybe moved to Sarasota County during, prior to or even during the FTE week, is we have a conversation with Manatee County, and we talk about those kids and we find out where they really are. So that all gets rectified during the FTE calculation process, the edit process and the adjustment process. We're not necessarily seeing that happen with the FES, the scholarships. Instead, as I mentioned, those students are being reported as FTE. They're being reported as our students, but the payment file is not being adjusted. So the amount that gets then paid and pulled from our revenues is not adjusted for those discrepancies, or those, at this point, they're calling them matched FTE. So again, we do know we received a file of these matched students, and we did diligence to figure out exactly what was happening with those. And again, we saw 250 students that were appropriately in our schools during FTE week. We looked at their attendance. We had a handful, and again, when I say a handful, maybe less than 5, that had subsequently been issued a scholarship. But really, those students were sitting in our schools and receiving our services during the FTE window and beyond on both ends, whether they start the first day of school or shortly after and were continuing in our schools.
Ms. Penner?
Yes.
Ms. Ziegler, please.
Can I just ask a quick question just to clarify?
Absolutely.
Because I make sure. So we have survey count, right? But we have the student. Well, are you calling them FTE weeks? Is that what you mean? Like, so
Yeah,
we're counting.
survey
Okay.
to FTE
So that's when a year the district schools calculate how many students are in, and it's locked in, right? There's different surveys, and then that's the calculation the district goes up to the state with the weighting, et cetera. It comes down back to us, right?
Yes.
If we have a student outside of the survey weeks that starts enrollment, when does the district get rectified for that money?
So we do not. So if a student is not reported during that
Count.
enrollment or that FTE, that survey window, which it's a little bit more than a week, they give us some
Yeah.
parameters on that, but we do not earn that FTE.
Okay.
So and again in October. For just simplicity's sake, in October we earn a half for each student
Right.
that's there for October, and then in February we earn the other half when that student shows up. So yes, there's always been some of that where you may not get funding for those students because they come after FTE week.
Right.
Obviously the ones that prior to, that's not as significant, although you do staff for those students if they leave prior to FTE week. So yes, there's always been some of that, but 250 is
Well, that's what I was
probably
going to
a lot.
So if I may, so that's where I was going. So I understand that there's a calculation. It's half the FTE for the first semester, half the second. So look in for transient. And you mentioned we work with Manatee County, our neighboring counties, and I have no idea what that volume is. If it like 5 students where where we're like, or is it 20, or is it I don't know what the volume. The reason I'm asking is, there's going to be some in Manatee. There's going to be some that are going to go out of state or beyond, so we're just not going to be able to reconcile that. And my question is, because when we were talking about these students who signed up for the scholarship, and then were in our seats during the survey weeks. Am I understanding that correctly? It's not after the survey weeks had closed.
Correct. These were all in our schools in the survey during the survey week at a minimum.
So the state's not doing a similar count at the same time with the private providers. Is that a fair? Do you understand?
Correct. The timing of the scholarship payments is a little different than where, even though our payments are coming differently, our adjustment happens based on that survey week. So it's a matter of, again, rectifying the few, rectifying the difference between those who are in our schools. And yes, I think we completely understand that there's going to be some of that, as
Right.
you mentioned, transient. The issue is for those students that are really going to stay in our schools. How do we deal with that? What is, and this is, I don't think, this is something that just we don't think was contemplated. When a student has been with us the whole time, what is the process for pulling those dollars back from, whether it be a private school that received a payment in advance or in error because the student wasn't there, or what do we do for that PEP, that homeschool student who gets their scholarship account filled, gets dollars put in that scholarship account, and then they spend them immediately because they have access to them. They can provide services, they can buy curriculum, they can buy equipment and supplies. And what is the policy? How is the process going to be for Department of Choice, Department of Education, to deal with those situations when there are no funds there because the account has been used? What is the intent for that? So that's really what we're trying to. Again, I'm part of the Finance Council, which is, finance officers throughout the state that work together to try to understand legislation. Part of what we need to do is what we're trying to do is just say, hey, Department of Education, just give us the guidelines. Let's just figure out what makes sense and allow us to, again, understand and reconcile. That's the biggest thing. How can we reconcile so that we can see that if truly that student was on our campus the whole time, never spent a day on a private school campus, how can we make sure that that money comes back to us? And what is the expectation if it is a homeschool student? What is the expectation if, again, if they show up on our campus? We did leave a letter from a parent who seemed confused about that and didn't realize that their scholarship would be put in jeopardy because they were attending traditional public schools. There's some of that which
some extra money.
Right, so it's just a matter of needing clarity. There needs to be a good reconciliation process and a good understanding up front of what this program needs to look like. As well, the scholarships do not they're not in jeopardy of getting prorated. And I think that that's an issue of fairness, in that if you're telling your private school parents, or your private schools, or your homeschool parents, we agree you're going to get $8,500, we're not going to decrease that, regardless of what gets submitted. I think that if they recognize that that's important for them, they need to recognize that's important for us. Again, especially since we don't get this notification until March, it's much more difficult for us to make any adjustments. But if the legislature says we're going to fund you at $8,500 per student, or whatever it is at the beginning, then they need to keep that. They need to keep that promise, and we need to be able to count on that level of funding for the full year. So there's just a few things that are that need to be worked out, and some of it is just clarification, some of it is definitely making sure that we can pull back those funds as needed when they truly are on our campus the entire year. And just to give you an idea, in the third calculation, we had just under 4,000 students enrolled in the FES program. That resulted in a deduction. So again, the payment file that was deducted from our account was just over $37.5 million. We had an adjustment, which should have been prior year, these match students, so students that were on our campus that received a scholarship where the organization, the scholarship funding organization, had pulled the funds. We received $315,000 that was recouped. So again, not nearly, I think last year we were a little over 90 students that were matched. So not nearly 100% of what we thought was matched.
Superintendent Connor, hold on, Ms. Penner.
Yes.
No, I just want to bring to light, this is a part of our legislative platform, and there's a lot of frustration that's along a lot of school districts. There is a huge problem across our state with this process, and the legislature needs to do the hard work in getting this right, because it is creating havoc as we're trying to plan and forecast and do we need to do the budget for the next school year. We can't operate in this kind of muddy, not knowing what's happening in proration and kids kind of, families double dipping. They're getting educated by the school district. They're getting the additional money. This mess needs to be cleaned up. And so we're going to continue to advocate for that. We're going to push. I would encourage our board to do the same, that, we're for school choice. We believe in the opportunities, but we also want to make sure we have a clear, defined, direct process that we can all stand. It's very frustrating when a CFO has to operate kind of blindly and make projections when you're trying to make real decisions for the future. And that's not right for school districts to do that. So this will continue to be on the platform until something is corrected.
So in regards to that, with, again, being somewhat blind with that, if you look at those 250 students, again, we received a file that showed how much was sent out in their scholarships, and it was just under $2.4 million. So when you look back at this slide, it would be a much different scenario we would be in if we did not have that. So we're looking at, a decrease in our funding of just over $1 million, when I think if that payment file had been appropriately adjusted, we would see actually an increase in our FEFP based on the third calculation.
Isn't there any way that, obviously, we've received the notification that we know that they are sitting in class, but yet they've received, so isn't that pretty easy reconciliation? Like, here's the 250, here's this, they're sitting here, so why aren't we receiving?
So this is something that we've asked for, is that there be a single database that operates year round. Unfortunately, what happens is we submit the names of our students, again, based on the October count, but it's not necessarily talking from day one to the scholarship authorizing organizations, to their files, to their system. That is, again, they're out there issuing Florida IDs, not necessarily all of the time. It's been a little difficult to find out when that particular piece happens, but they're issuing their Florida IDs, we're issuing ours, and then it doesn't get rectified or doesn't get matched until after we submit the FE. So we're talking about November, December, when it gets matched. And again, they did that matching, and that's when they saw a really large problem, which is why the third calculation was so late, is because they were
But how
seeing-
many out of the 250 are currently right now sitting in class in Sarasota? Your guess.
Probably most of them, yeah.
So
Yeah.
that 2.4 million, so
Will
it
continue.
unfortunately is just going to stay with the state because it's been based upon that.
Or the
Or with
private.
private or with whoever. It just, they're here, but we're just not receiving any compensation for them. So it seems to me that that should be a pretty easy fix.
It should be if the money's there. If the
It
money's
se-
there. And
it
that's what
seems
we
that
don't
way.
know. You know, again, the PEP students, you know, they have, you know, it's one thing if you're working with an institution like a private school because they understand, oh, I got a payment, but this student is not there. Or the parent had an account that was funded and they never instituted a payment to a private school. So those are much easier. It becomes more difficult with the homeschool because that account gets funded, and they can start in August, early August, spending out of that account. So, you know, that account can be depleted, and again, we don't know what the intent is, if there is any intent to make some sort of adjustment to where we're not the ones that have to sort of eat that when it comes back. Because they could have used all those funds and it would not come back there would be nothing to bring back to us.
Ms. Marinelli?
Mr. Connor, do you happen to know, does the district still have, it was always a verbal agreement with our charter schools that they would not send students back to the district-managed schools after the FTE count? Because that was a big problem in the past, and then we received no funds, and then the charters were able to keep those, but then they sent the students back to the district. Do you know if that is still?
I am not aware, but Ms.
Well-
O'Day looks like she has something to say.
Yeah, so that does happen. There's no legal way to say you can't do that. They have their discretion on who can come and go from their school setting. You can collect FTE and then say you violated something, and that has now moved you out of a setting back into the district managed school you're zoned for.
Oh, and I understand that, that's always been, but we had a verbal agreement, and it really cut it down because it's still money. And if we end up with those students after either one of those counts, then you either get half the money or we get none. So that might be something that we look at when we're doing, you know, the charters, that there's something that there has to be a real explicit reason. And one would be an ESE student, because they're real, you know, they only do the resource model. So if there are problems, then that should be identified rather quickly. You don't do that. So I just think there needs to be some guidelines with that, even though legally, but we did it before. So I can just see that getting out of control again. It's like, oh, well, we've had you for 6 months, but February after the date, bye.
Yeah,
And that's not the way it should be. These are students, and it shouldn't just be down to money.
Yeah, and so when we look at the re-registration process, which is coming up, and then as we do that throughout the year, we can ensure that registrars, when that does come up, where are you coming from? Because we do track that information, and then keeping track and checking on that with Millie's office to see if there's anyone doing a lot of that, or what kind of situations those involve, if anyone is abusing that practice. So,
And I know the military academy is different because of their standards of behaviors and we've always worked with them through that. But the others, I think it's just something we need to be aware of and watch.
Yeah,
So thank you.
absolutely.
Ms. Ziegler?
Thank you. No, I think that this is an important conversation because I think operationally that there's logic behind everybody wants to be able to see that money follow the child. I think that's a very universal component. I think there's the operation costs that all the organizations, institutions have to worry about. What I'm trying to gather is, because yes, I agree that from an administrative standpoint, I don't think anyone here is saying we don't want the competition, because I think the more these things get hashed out and figured out, and then people really get to start to look at then the quality and what they're experiencing and understand their financial impacts to even them making those choices midway through the semester, et cetera, has an impact, right? So I'm all for that. I think for me is wondering just operationally, because the volume as a school district is so much bigger than a said school. So I don't know, what is like the percentage of charter school students that kind of intermingle after the calculation, and that we're like, what is that? What is the financial impact reality wise? Like, you know what I mean? Nuts and bolts. How many? And I don't want you to spend time on this. My point is, even from a legislative standpoint, I know so it's 250, I think, of the 250, all of them are, that's what I'm curious. Of the 250, how many of them are actually being educated here that we need to get that, recoup that money in? And do we get, I'm sorry, did I understand they don't get the 0.5 proration payout? I thought the first semester and second semester through the FTE payout, I thought that through, I'm not sure, but I thought the private providers or whatever, the scholarships get paid out in 2 lump sums similar to the district. I don't know homeschooling. That was my other question. But I guess for us, I think that having a sense of what's the percentage, because these are big numbers, but you look at 4 million was the reduction, but in actual students, because those students are no longer with us, so we're not losing 4 million in the aspect of we're still having to educate people. We have a deficit of 4 million. Now that's different on the proration. But I want to talk about the actual differences. And so are we really talking about millions of dollars that we unfairly are still picking up the bag for, or what is the actual, I guess, delta between it all? That's my point, I guess. I'm going with all that.
So I know I've talked to Millie Wheeler during our forecasting meetings. We oftentimes hear about the students moving after FTE week into charter schools, and so I believe she's got some data on that. But quite honestly, we don't see that nearly as much as it's being told. I think when a school loses 1 or 2 students there, or pulls them back after FTE week, there's a lot of discussion because more so they want to be educating that student for the full year versus missing out on the opportunity to advance them. But so I don't know that we're seeing that nearly as much as again this 250. And again, we received this report of matched students. I believe in either January or February, and we looked at their attendance throughout the entire year. And again, there were only a handful, and I say 5, and I think that's a high estimate, that we saw, received a scholarship and moved out of our schools in November or, subsequent to the date. So the vast majority of them, we saw attendance. They were attending our schools up until we pulled the report. They were there for the full FTE week. And again, most of them were here from the beginning of school. And what I can share that file as well.
No, and I don't want extra work. My point was just from because we're talking about small, and I think that this is a lot of communication, because if it gets to be too much of an administrative headache, there's going to be, there's a potential of, I don't know what the legislature will do, but the reality is everybody's trying to, in my mind, is that I agree from this, making this very clear, even to private providers, that we're not part of their administration, but we're going to be saying this is, it's inoperable. It is far more for small private providers too. So the clawback and the true up, I think, is really important. I'm all for the state figuring out what that is. I just was curious how we do it when it is us, and what that volume is. So,
well, again, if you look at, so had we, based on our October count, had we looked at the preliminary reports and not waited to kind of assess our budget in March when we got the information, we would have thought that we were receiving additional funding for about 200 FTE because of the weighting and because what we saw. Yes, we saw that enrollment was down, but weighting was up. We know that we're spending additional dollars to educate these students that are the higher weighted, with these additional services. So had we not seen this, we would have been feeling a lot better about our budget and saying, whoa, this is good. Our weighted is going up, so we are funding what we are spending. But what we're learning instead is, no, we're hit with kind of two issues, and we've got a proration that reduces that. But in and of itself, the proration probably would not have meant we had a funding cut because we saw our increase in weight FTE. So it probably would have, would have leveled out somewhat. But this additional sort of unknown that we see the student, we have them in our schools. It's not like, again, going back to the Manatee example, when a student goes to another traditional school district, they're asking for their cum folder. They're asking for information on that student to be transferred to a different school. So we're knowing what's happening to students. We don't, for those students that are in our schools, we don't necessarily get a request for information that says, think of a homeschool student. We're not getting requests for, give us their files so that we can start where they need to be. You're not getting that preliminary notice necessarily that they are attending a different school. And that's where, again, if we had a singular database that the entire state used, again, one of the things that we've noticed is just some minor differences between, how that student, when they first come to the Florida system, that they can get put in. Again, I'm William J, and it's accidentally keyed in as William I, so they get issued a separate ID number. So that's few and far between, but we're just not seeing that immediate reconciliation with those students, and that's really what would be very helpful. And then we could reconcile, and we would find out about these discrepancies early on.
I agree.
Mr. Edwards?
So a couple of things. I feel like we jumped in on a whole bunch of questions when we didn't get the whole presentation, so that is a little awkward for me, I guess, is a nicer word than saying frustrating. But the other part of this is where this conversation is, frankly, was forecastable, and I had it on several occasions with the board, with the public, that when you're trying to staff an organization that has expansion and contraction all year long, and if the money isn't 100% following the student, all of this stuff was discussed at this dais multiple times. And what's really frustrating to me is that when you start talking about, it's $2 million that we're kind of off, it's $2 million, but then what happens next year, and the year after, and the year after? And so compounded, and it might work when you are a small district with, I think when I got here, there was maybe less than 12 charter schools. I think maybe even 12 was a high number. Now it's expanding and growing, and we don't even have control over the charter schools that are coming into our district. And so all of this keeps escalating, and there's what I just, one quick question here. Is a scholarship a voucher? Is that the same thing? So why aren't we calling it voucher? Because that's what the legislature calls it. Why aren't we calling it that? Because that's confusing.
Well, the program in the FEFP is referred to as the Florida Empowerment Scholarship Program. So that is where I'm getting that verbiage from.
Okay. And, when you have, like I said, a handful of charter schools, and here's one last thing, and I think you touched on it. Although we're getting more money for weighted students, there is a delta between the weighted that we get and the actual cost to educate that student. Do we have that codified? Do we have that number?
I can get that for you. We perform a cost report each year, And it does show the difference. It shows how much those students are
Do
actually.
you have a ballpark off the top of your head?
We're.
Because
No, I
it sounds
don't want-
great that, we're getting the extra funding, but those students cost more to educate overall. And as exciting as that sounds, and that's kind of what one of the arguments was about school choice, was that as charter schools and private schools readily accept the students that they can accept, they don't have the bench strength that the public schools have for students of special needs and those kinds of things. And so even though it's a weighted FTE, the delta of actually educating that student, the burden of the education of those, the financial burden, not the burden, not the lack of love, but the cost of, and that's a big number. And as that shifts, that's another part of this conversation that needs to happen. And I think I am grateful that the superintendent stood up and said this is legislatively a problem, and it's not just up to the superintendent, it's up to all of us as board members to speak to our legislative coalition and make sure they understand that this is not sustainable.
Thank you, Ms. Penner.
So just to Mr. Edwards' point, please don't take this as me saying $2 million is not a lot of money, or this is not a big problem. That's really why I brought it up. It is important. But from, us getting through the middle of the year, we start off with a budget, and we know dollars we have in revenues, and we use that to make sure that we can support what we're spending in our classrooms. So just from a bottom line perspective, that's where I'm going in that, yes, we are spending more on students who have a higher level of service, but if the revenues stay where we can anticipate them, if they stay and we can be assured we're going to get what we thought we were going to get at the beginning of the year, it's a much different scenario from a budget perspective than it is when all of a sudden you submit and you think you're in a good position and you sort of have the rug ripped out from under you. So, just trying to explain that point a little bit as we're moving forward, in that it is, you get 3/4 of the way through the year, you think that you're going to earn enough revenues to support, again, the level of service you're paying for, and then you have it pulled back. So that's somewhat the point of the discussion. And yes, we did get a little off track, but I think we knew that was going to happen here. But this was, again, an important piece, because I think with some good procedural changes at the Department of Education, I think this can be nipped in the bud, because this is not rocket science. This is simply a matter of some verification that can happen up front, and some decisions similar to, the discussion between different school districts that may have to share a student or make some of those hard decisions. I think if we can just, again, get some procedures updated and shore up that process, we'll know where we are, and we won't have this kind of situation. Okay. So again, with that, our 24-25 general fund budget, just to give an update on this, we projected a financial condition ratio of 9.52% in the original budget that was prepared. That is a reduction from 14.49%, but we always do that. We always recognize that we're budgeting conservatively, and then we come in somewhere in between. We did anticipate trying to peel back the last couple of years, actually, that financial condition ratio, but we've always had some positive things that have happened to get us back to where we needed to be. So when you look at our revenues and other financing sources, we were just over $631 million that was budgeted in the general fund. The FEFP decreases 0.2% of that, so it's not it's a lot of money, but it is not a significant portion of the revenues that we do receive. Of course, the tax collections we receive from our required local effort and the discretionary local effort that is, it is levied, that's a major portion of what funds even the FEFP. So right now, through February, we had collected 90% of the levy, which is just short of where we were the last couple of years. But again, not looking as though there is going to be any issue with what we collect through our property tax collections. We usually collect about $1.5 million more than what we levy. So we are expecting that to come through. Our issue this year is relates to investments. We'd seen, just as most of us in our own individual investment accounts have seen, that they've risen the last few years. Of course, we budgeted for that. And this year, of course, we're not seeing those. We're not seeing both the interest earnings as we had seen prior to, but we've also seen a decline in the holdings because we do invest in items that hold, and we realize the additional dollars from selling those at a premium. So, we're just going to have to wait until June 30 to see how those are valued, and hopefully the market will bounce back a little bit and we won't be in as bad a situation as it looks right now. We've not lost any of our principal, but we just are not earning what we had been earning before. So again, our revenues, a lot of these things we don't find out exactly where we're going to be. So tax collections, until we receive that final check from the tax collector end of June, sometimes early July, we don't really know how close we're going to get on those collections, how much we might earn in excess of what we budget. Same thing, a big driver as well is like I mentioned, our investments. Until we get that valuation at June 30, we don't know exactly how that's going to stand in the budget. So we are waiting in anticipation to see what those amounts are going to be. Our appropriations. We appropriated in the original budget just over $660 million. That was an increase just over 5% of what we had budgeted the prior year. When we remove our one-time funds, because of course we paid for some shelter operations and some other hurricane costs that we expect to get refunded from the county. As well, we paid some bonuses out of one-time ESSER dollars that flowed through the general fund. So when we remove some of those things, we're only about 6% above our prior year's expenditures through December. So we're a little bit higher on our appropriation side than we had budgeted, but it's not enough to cause significant concern looking at where we're going to end the year budget-wise. Wanted to mention, because this
Mr. Edwards, please.
I just have one more quick question about the funds moving, because I see the following page we go into a forecast. When, if we go back to the $4 million funding FEFP third calculation, and the impact of the charter schools was $2.8 million. If I understand this correctly, when the money comes in, it flows through us and goes to the charter schools. When they're taking back the $4 million, do they take the $4 million from us and then we have to wait to get it back from the charter schools?
So we pay the charter schools monthly. So we make that adjustment along and along. So some of them we may have said, hey, your enrollment looks much, much different than was forecast. So some of them we agree up front and we start making the adjustment to their payment. And others we adjust for the subsequent months that we're still paying. But we've not run into any situations as of yet to where we're unable to pull those back, and we have to ask.
And so what I think is an important number for us to start paying attention to is to make sure that until the state rectifies this situation, because it just keeps, the bad news of what isn't coming to us just continues to mount. There hasn't been one good news conversation here about this, including the fact that our calculations are late, because that doesn't even give us a chance to respond and staff accordingly. That's a huge issue when you're running a business, when you're trying to figure out, oh, where can I economize or where can I cut because I overspent on the first quarter and I have to pick it up in the second quarter. So what I'm really trying to get to is, when do you start those conversations after the second calculation with the charter schools that we're going to readjust what we're passing through? Do you start it then? Do you start it at the beginning? Because they always overestimate, always, because that makes them look good to attract students. So that's what I'm trying to say. So should we be more conservative in our pass-throughs right from the beginning until this is fixed?
It's definitely something that we can look into, and I can work with the budget team, because I've not been, involved in the day-to-day conversations, but I do realize that there are conversations that happen, and we don't want a charter to get into the position to where we've front-loaded the money so much because we've relied on forecasted versus what we actually see in our student information system. We don't want to get to a place to where, when we make that cut, they're going to be in financial jeopardy as well. So those discussions do happen, and it's more of a handshake type agreement versus anything that we've got in the contract that I know of. But
I want to say one more thing here, and then I'm done. But in the beginning of the school year, we get weekly, monthly enrollment numbers of what's happening for our traditional schools as well as the charter schools, and the charter schools are always way over forecasted in those reports that I read. So from the get-go, right then and there, I think we should be significantly more conservative about what we're passing through and make our adjustments into the second quarter if we had to. That's just my recommendation, because nothing's working to our advantage, and we're being a good partner in this process, but so far the legislature hasn't caught up to this problem that I've been talking about since before the vouchers were passed. I could forecast that this was coming to roost. So my recommendation is next year that we're significantly more conservative in our pass-throughs as we're looking at those actual enrollment numbers, and those are day to day, month to month. So I'm done.
So, and just let me mention, this is just me bringing back to you based on the third calculation. This is not saying that we are just now making those adjustments to the charter schools. So just again, this is a high-level view of where we stand now with the budget, because it wasn't that we waited until the very last minute to adjust every single, like I mentioned, the process has been that we have those conversations as we see the student information system start populating with those kids and find out if they are varying greatly from what that forecast was.
Ms. Ziegler?
Thank you. We have, I lost my page. We have more charter school students than we do scholarship. And do we include homeschool in the scholarship discussion numbers, or are they separate?
So the FTE numbers do not include homeschool students that do not participate in the PEP program.
Because we don't manage any financial, okay, just wanted to clarify that. So then charter schools, we have more charter school students than scholarship recipients.
Correct.
So, and I don't know, so just to clarify, because I think I agree, and I think the goal is for the money to follow the students. Two different market conditions have changed with the scholarship broadening out. So I agree with Mr. Edwards here, like from a forecasting standpoint, because there is just there's a different market situation. So, and we don't have enough data trend to look at it. So we will naturally be adjusting it. That's just forecasting, finding out a solution so that we can line up the accuracy of where those students are. I don't know anyone who would be objectionable to that outside of somebody who's trying to use it for float, and I don't think taxpayers are in support of that, right? So that being said, we back in the day did, and I don't know the answer to this, I can't recall. Charter schools, because I thought that we used to have a similar problem with charter schools because we'd be passed through, but it was it sent to them in lump sums and we moved to a month to month, or?
So I've never known of a charter school contract that wasn't written where it was at least at a minimum of monthly. Some
Okay.
are twice a month.
Okay, so
And,
we've always been able to pretty closely navigate, so there aren't those end of year clawbacks that are substantial, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I don't know, again, I think these conversations we're talking about administrative impact, and because I know that there are members of the community who are like, I don't want you guys to have a charter school liaison or whatever the appropriate term is. But there is an aspect where we're managing a lot of money, the budget that is passed through, and these are the things, if we need more funds to support the administrative piece of it because we're closer to it and we can get a better handle on it so that we're not, because I agree with you. I mean, we don't want to come get the information late, have staffing, it's a Tetris game to just do staffing allocation in of itself at the sheer volume of the district. But if we're able to manage the month to month, is something like that a solution? I don't know how many private providers we're talking about. So again, it's a very different, it's apples and oranges. But I just want to look ahead as far as how we solve it, because I think the frustration is not knowing what it is, but it's new. But I think we can forecast and make those adjustments, but also find a way to have more control so that we can recoup that money that is in fact supposed to be ours, which I don't know if that's a thought or anything. I don't know how manageable that would be.
Well, the charter school issue is very manageable because they're using our student information system. So as students move in and out, as they gain or lose, I mean, we're seeing it almost immediately. So we can have those discussions and we can review and know what adjustments may need to be made. So that's not really, excuse me. That's not really as big an issue as kind of, and yes, it is about half as much in the scholarship programs, but not as much an issue as just that's kind of a black hole and that we don't know. And, it's one thing if during FTE week, if we see these 250 kids and we know, oh, you know what, I know 150 of them have applied for scholarships, we still have them in our records and that's our problem, but we don't get that information. That's the problem, is we're not getting the information. We used to, so.
Okay, early on, when it first started, we did.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification, because I thought indeed that they did have that information.
So, yeah, it's be careful what you ask for. I think the school districts, made mention that, hey, this is a very significant data entry issue, and we're not getting any funding to add these students to our student information system. And, again, Miami-Dade, they're just, I think they mentioned that they had 12 people that they had to hire just to do that. And they were looking at like 5 minutes per student. So they even had a very, very intense reasoning behind it, justification behind it. But we got that. We had to enter in the information, and so we could see, hey, you've got, these number of kids that we're showing, and we could have that information. But we still didn't get it until right around the survey window, because we had to have it keyed in and submitted with our survey information. So it had to go along those same timelines. So again, be careful what you ask for, and we asked and said, hey, this is a burden on districts. Can this be done elsewhere? And with that, we lost the information.
In terms of the charter conversation, as we continue to experience what we're experiencing with budgeting forecasts, the scholarship impacts, I do think it requires us to reevaluate the services that we have been good partners with our charter schools and providing. But, I've been exploring the idea of getting an external evaluator to see where we might need to be charging for particular services, because as our budgets begin to shrink and retract, we need to pass that along where we're allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I may ask the board here for the flexibility to look at an external evaluator to give us some advice around what we charge or what we have historically allowed or given to charter schools, and maybe we look at how that looks in the future.
Ms. Barker?
And sort of to piggyback on that, I know I asked you recently if there was any plan for us as a school district to apply to become a step-up provider, and I believe that is in the works. Is that correct?
That is, right now, the last count, there were 12 school districts who applied to be a vendor with Step Up for Students. And the goal there would be to provide those services that maybe a PEP student, homeschooled, would not normally have access to at home, right? It could be a career tech education class. It could be AP Calculus or whatever, that we could provide that service almost as a menu of options, a la carte style, where we could be funded for providing that service to there. So we are in the process of becoming a registered vendor with Step Up, and then we will look at what menus of options we could particularly offer.
Ms. Marinelli?
Thank you. I agree with what all the conversations have said. Many of the, as Ms. Penner referred to it as handshake agreements that we had with our charters, that's when we were a smaller district. There weren't that many charters. Well, we are a large district now, and we have, 14 charter schools. So we do, I'm glad you brought that up, we do need to evaluate things because Sarasota County Schools has always tried to be a good steward. And in that, we end up sometimes getting the short end of the stick with that. So I think it's good. This is a business part of it, and we need to treat it like a business. And if we need to get the outside evaluation or whatever, I'm all for that because I think it's time. We just can't operate like we used to operate in the past. Thank you.
Ms. Ziegler, Mr. Edwards, any comments to that? Now, I would also agree. I think that the fiduciary responsibility that we need to make sure that what we're providing is what we are receiving funding back. Especially, to me, it's kind of mind-boggling in reference to how, just with the 250 count, because that would offset it changes the numbers on all of this significantly.
Absolutely.
So, again, I think that's something the board is 100% in favor of, doing that accountability, being able to pass on those charges. I know a lot of agencies have started doing that because it's just what the responsible thing to do is. Thank you, Ms. Penner. Continue, please.
Okay, so moving on, just again, talking a little bit about our current year. As you, I'm sure, heard last year during the legislative session, there was a focus on deregulation. One of those pieces was to allow school districts that were not in any kind of financial jeopardy to move from presenting their financial statements to the board from monthly to quarterly. So we are planning on doing that. It's going to make a big difference in the accounting department as far as workload. With that said, so quarter two we have already presented, so all reporting through December was presented at the February meeting. Quarter three will be reporting through March, and that will be presented at the May meeting, with the final financial report being presented in September, which aligns with the deadline from the Florida Department of Education for our year-end close. So just wanted to sort of present that to let everyone know where we stand on our financial reporting. And now I'm going to just quickly go into what we know now for the 25-26 budget year. So again, going to start out with enrollment, which is our unweighted FTE. And what we have is we've got the third calculation, which we just talked about, and the counts that were submitted to arrive at the third calculation. And I'm comparing that to what we have submitted in our forecast, because we have not gotten anything back yet that says that they agree with what we've submitted, and I'll explain that in just a minute. So on an unweighted basis, our third calculation, we had 48,383 students total for the district. We are forecasting 49,245 students, which is an increase of 861, almost 862 students. You can see charter schools has forecasted an increase, and we do work with them to see if the increase makes sense. So with this, we know that Dreamers Academy is adding a grade level. So we know that there's expected it to be an increases there. As well, College Preparatory Academy at Welland Park, they just opened recently and they are still filling their seats. So they have a lot more capacity that has not yet been filled. So we do have an expectation, because they did increase quite a bit this year. We expect them to continue to increase until they've got those seats filled. So again, while we're showing an increase of 158, and that sounds like a lot, we did work with them to make sure that it did not appear to be over forecast. The scholarship students, that is a number that is given to us by the Department of Education and EDR. They are the ones who come up with that number, and we have to report as given. So that is going up from just under 4,000 students to 4,888 students. So an increase of almost 1,000 students that is forecast for the upcoming year. That leaves Sarasota County School traditional seeing another decline of about 250 students in unweighted FTE. Now, when we ran the initial forecast, which it's a statistical type software that gives us different models, and it looks at birth rates and our normal rates of whether we grow or we decline. They had us decreasing over 500 students. So again, the models that came from the Department of Education and EDR had us declining quite a bit more. And we are asking for them to include a little bit more in this forecast, simply because we know with Sky Ranch coming on board, we anticipate that we're going to pull in some students more so than what we had thought. So we did submit increases. We had some other factors as well that we thought were going to lessen that impact. So I just say that to let you know. I mean, we're working. The most important thing is that this is accurate. Yes, we are doing wonderful things to try to make sure we bring students into the school district, which is definitely important. But when it comes to this budgeting perspective, we need to be as close to accurate as we possibly can. So we're waiting to see if they approve this forecast, and us adding some students back to our forecast for our traditional students.
Mr. Edwards?
Question, Mr. Connor. I know that we had, you sent us some statistics to the board about the school choice campaign, all the marketing that the communications department did, and I had asked you in that number I think it was a grand total of students that applied for choice. How many of those students were actually new students that were choicing in? Because I'd love to compare that number to this number of losing 251, just to see what the overlay is. So I'm doubling down on that request.
Okay. So the next slide, we move to this same information, but this is the weighted FTE. So for Sarasota, again, third calculation, our weighted FTE total was just over 53,000 students. So the forecast is going up consistently about 1,000 students to 54,163. What's unique in that is that Sarasota, whereas the last couple of years, while we've dropped on enrollment or unweighted student counts, this also has us dropping in weighted, whereas we had been seeing more of a shift and students being staffed into those weighted categories, which created more of a budget increase when it flows through the dollars, whereas this is going to show actually a decrease in the weighted count. So very curious to see whether that flows through in actuality, or whether we continue to see students being staffed into the higher weighted, and the forecasting model just hasn't caught up with the trend that we've seen the last couple of years. But the one thing that is concerning is this, we just received the Senate's FEFP calculation, which included all the pages, which are very important to the calculation. We just received that on Friday, and the weights are decreasing pretty significantly. So all except for level 255 have decreased. So this 321 doesn't include that additional decline, which what we're estimating is it's about another 250 decline in what we'll see as far as weighted FTE. So that's very discouraging. We're looking into why that happened because it doesn't make a lot of sense. But at this point, that's where it is. And just to give you an idea, our elementary school, so just K through 3, that weighting is right now it's 1.118. So we receive an extra 11.8% for kids that are are in K through 3. Did I say that right the first time? Whereas what it's going to change to 1.108. So we're going to lose that 1% in weighting. So with our current population, that's going to be about 90 FTE when you look at that 200 we think we're going to lose, or that 250 that we think we're going to lose when the new weightings are applied. So as we learn more, to Mr. Edwards' point, as we learn more about each legislative session and different bits and pieces as they come out, it is not generally positive for where we're going in the 25-26 year. So again, our weighted FTE, we're going to be budgeting for a decrease. We're going to make sure that DOE is in agreement with us reducing the impact of that by trying to put some students back in. However, we do expect it to grow simply because the weights have changed significantly. So just to give you, and sorry for the folks that don't have it on a big screen, our an overview of our process. So in November and December, we went through and worked with each of our schools for the projections. So we do our own projections up front. Those are used then to determine the allocations that the schools are going to earn. And we also then take that into consideration when we go into the DOE's forecasting model. So again, all those projections are happening in November and December. January through March, we've done personnel allocations, and we're going through the staffing process. We have allocated units. However, we do have some that are, I don't want to say they're necessarily on hold, but some that are, we recognize if the students don't show up, we realize that they will need to be pulled back. So we are contemplating, how we can make adjustments as needed based on the actual enrollment counts as they come in through the summer, and then when school starts in August. Yes.
So just to explain that a little bit, so there's two methodologies that you can follow. You can make those cuts in the spring going into the summer based on your projections, or you can hold off into the fall. The decision was made to hold off into the fall because typically if you cut them and then you have to bring them back, then you're hiring and you're trying to fill jobs in a very difficult time period. So there are roughly 30 positions that are instructionally based at the schools right now that we're working with each of the schools to say, you need to be very cognizant about scheduling them over the summer, monitor your enrollments, because in the event you get to the 5-day count, and we have to make those cuts, you want to make that as seamless as possible and less disruptive for students. So they're very well trained on that process and understand what they're doing, but we felt that that was the better way to handle it, to make sure that students had a high-quality teacher from the start of school, and you're better positioned in that stance to do it that way than to cut them in the spring.
Okay, so again, we've gone through that allocation process. April through June, that's when we start receiving the information from the legislature as to what the funding looks like. As well, we'll receive, June 1, we usually receive the estimate of what the property values are, so we can use that to determine how that's going to calculate for budgetary purposes. I will say that the governor's budget was not a great budget, and what we're seeing from the House and the Senate Again, neither one are, they're both actually a little bit lower than what the governor had proposed. The Senate budget typically is better, and it is better for us. They're proposing an increase to the base student allocation of 1.26%. It's very, very minor. And then, of course, a big piece of that is required to go to teacher salary increases through that teacher salary increase allocation, which was rolled into the BSA a few years ago. Again, not a lot of free additional dollars that are being received, and some of the where the governor had increased, I believe, safe schools and the mental health allocation. Both of those are flat for the Senate and the House. So we're just not seeing a lot. I will say from the scholarship standpoint, the Senate's trying to address the problem in regards to those funds being, a deduction from our budget, something that when it's not reported correctly has an impact on us, and they're just putting it as a separate line item. The state board also made that as a request. The House has not. So it'll be interesting to see how that turns out. We definitely would like to see, it's not exactly where we would hope, which in a perfect world, the scholarships would be showing as a separate district, and they would live by their own calculation and then spend it from there, and it wouldn't impact any of the school districts. But that seems to be a hard no from the legislature, so they want to continue to keep it in the county's books or in their FEFP calculation. So again, the Senate at least is getting us a lot closer to where it won't have that negative impact for us. So again, we're at the very beginning of seeing what the legislature is doing, and we will definitely be waiting until the beginning of June to get that estimate from the tax collector or the property appraiser as to what our property values are. In July, we will be finalizing and balancing the budget based on available revenue sources, and that's when we have our tentative budget hearing that will come back to the board. So again, that's for all of the process and where we are, which is still pretty early, but we do have some direction, I think, as far as what it might look like for the upcoming year.
Ms. Ziegler?
Thank you. Well, I always say this, and this year is no exception, is how challenging it is for anyone in the education institutions as a CFO and their team to try to, in Florida, but in many states, to try to calculate what, to put a budget together and get some kind of projections. But we're facing a lot of headwinds, economic, then also just like, as I mentioned, just the market in general changing, and then some areas in which the state needs to get back up to speed to help line it up so it just makes fair. It's fair, right? So fair we can operate in the way we are. I do want to say, I know that I feel like the last couple of years we've been really fortunate. Every year there's been an increase. There's been an increase. There's been an increase. And I always think about this when we do negotiations for raises. It's always like you want to keep that going. But again, there's market conditions that some are part of our control, some are not part of our control. And so I really appreciate all I know this is an exciting budget to present, but it's not on you. It's all the other variables that we discussed. And I think kind of coming back on the conversations that were up here before is that just trying to, how do we prepare without the least disruption of service? And there's a lot of questions to answer essentially, but I do want to say, I know the Senate, I've spoken with the superintendent and I had spoken to our local senator about the concerns. I want to thank a lot of members of the community who reached out as well, just raising this attention to our local delegation, because it's been a very effective discussion with them. And so hopefully that it does come across. I know there's a lot of moving parts with the budget at the state level, but I do feel like they are at least in our corner to minimize the blow. At least I don't know if that it's not like a yay, we're celebrating what's being delivered, but I think that the pinch after the House budget was released was a concern. So I appreciate whatever support we can get there. And then my question really is to Mr. Connor, as far as looking ahead. I mean, we still have some months to go, right? But are there any major decisions that we need to be concerned about ahead, bracing for any kind of differences or adjustments?
Well, we're just analyzing currently the add-on FTE reduction that is anticipated by both the House and the Senate right now. We roughly get around $13 million last year in what we've earned based on the examinations and the pass rates for IB, ACE, dual enrollment credit, and AP courses. The proposal is to reduce that by 50%. So that's a $6 million hit that the district will take. So in order to have high quality programming and to offer these college readiness and workforce development, because that also includes industry certifications for CTE, that we're going to have to make some real decisions about what we can and can't support. Whether that be staff, whether that be equipment, whether it be professional development opportunities. Lots that support that, and so we're having to really think about what those budgets look like for the future. In terms of what's coming in the near future, is I'll be bringing somewhat of just a refresh of our organizational charts to the board as we go through every year, and we look towards forward to the next year, what adjustments need to be made in terms of district operations and school-based operations. Nothing major, but we are opening 2 schools in the next 2 years. And so that's where the costs are going to really come in. So you've got Sky Ranch coming in next year. The overhead to operate a school is significant. Yeah. And if you don't have a lot of additional FTE coming into the school district to support that, where we have been having to move, and rightfully so, we've got schools that are over capacity. So there is a need there. But when you're not generating additional FTE at the levels, that's a cost that is incurred on the district. So looking at that as a part of that, not reorg, I don't want to call it a reorganization, but just kind of a revision, some refreshing of our organizational chart and aligning those roles and responsibilities appropriately to have the efficiency and effectiveness we're looking for as a district. That will be coming forth very soon.
Ms. Barker?
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Penner. I really appreciate you bringing this to us. And even though I'm sure our facial expressions were not fun to watch while you were presenting, I really appreciate the honest and transparent information. And I wanted to ask my fellow board members, I really appreciate the conversations we've had today. And I think it is indicative of the fact that we are on the same page on a lot of things, and we have the same concerns. And I was in Tallahassee over spring break, advocating for some of these very issues that we were discussing. But I was just one person, and it was hard for me to get meetings with folks as just hi, I'm Liz. Can you please talk to me? Huge thank to Representative McFarland, who did make time to meet with me and was very gracious, and we had a very productive discussion. But I noticed when I was up there that the other boards across the state do have a day or two where they go up as a board or as a couple even representatives of the board with their government relation person or their lobbyist, because there's power in numbers, and especially for a board like ours that has been historically, we've navigated some choppy water in terms of our differences of opinions, but to show that when it comes to students and making sure that we're fully funding our public schools, we are on the same page. And so I was wondering if we could, ideally, I would love for us to go up this legislative session and make our voice heard. But I know, I hear you. But if that was not possible, could we perhaps put something on the calendar for the next legislative session and be prepared to go up as a board? Because I agree, we do still need to make our own individual meetings and contacts, but I think if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. 100%. And it would be powerful for us to be at the table. So.
Ms. Marinelli?
Well, thank you for the report. And I guess for me, I have a real concern when our weighted monies are going to be reduced, and to be reduced that much, because those are our special need kids. And I have a great concern when our monies are being cut when it's our brightest. and you have to balance it all. So I just feel like this Sarasota County, we're so blessed with so many positive things, and we keep chugging away of doing innovative and giving our support to Superintendent Connor and staff, and we have wonderful teachers out there, and just that message that gets sent to them that there are going to be reductions when they are working so hard, and to students to think, aren't I important? But then on the other hand, we know that people are saying that all this money has been going into education and we're not seeing improvements and all of that. And I honestly think our district, we do see lots of improvement. Mm-hmm. Do we have areas that need to be improved? Yes, and we're being transparent about that, where those needs are. So I think, and we are very blessed to have the legislative platform and our representatives in Tallahassee. And I do some talkings, but I agree with Mrs. Barker, as a collective body, we would probably have more of an impact. But it's just disheartening that, the expectations get higher and higher and higher, and then we get cut. So there's, there has to be serious conversations here, because the message is pretty disheartening. And now I can imagine that we're going to get emails from parents and staff, and what do you say? We're working on it. That's not going to fly very well. So we just have to keep the positive in mind, but we know what's coming, and it just doesn't. It's not real invigorating, and makes you feel real good about what's going to be happening to our students. So, but we'll deal with it. And I trust Mr. Connor, Superintendent Connor, and staff, and try to keep as much away from kids as we can. So thank you.
Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. My first question is, do we, the number of, that were given to us of 954 increase in scholarships for 2025, 26, I know you said that number was just assigned to us, but that's a pretty hefty jump from, if I'm looking at we were at 220 last year in actual, but we're forecasted from the state to be an increase of 9. So, I mean, where is that going to, and when they give that to us, is it said this is how many we think are going to be homeschooled, how many are in private schools? Is there any percentage split?
So let me just clarify, the 220 that you're looking at is where they exceeded the forecast. So when the counts actually came in for the third calculation, which they kind of back into their FTE number, but they actually exceeded what was
by
forecast.
That number.
And that did increase by about the same level, about another 1,000 kids or so. So again, the 954 is probably pretty reasonable, because that's what we've been seeing in regards to the growth of the scholarship.
So again, these are, and we've gone through the splitting hairs of tracking the dollars and matching the dollars with the student, but in essence, the way I'm looking at this is that the voucher program has rewarded families who were already sending kids to private education or intended to send them to private education with the equivalent of an FTE that we used to get. Is that correct?
So I don't know that I have, I don't think we have any data on that intent.
Okay.
And whether, the parents had, planned to always send their student
Fair.
to a private school, or whether they made the choice because now this program exists. But it is definitely garnering.
But one
more-
could guess that perhaps the cuts that we're experiencing are so that the money that was once given to public education now has to support private education. One can make that leap. It's pretty clear that as that's increasing on this side, we're decreasing on that side, which I think is part of the conversation that we've been having for a while, because legislatively, and I don't want to not answer your question, Mrs. Barker, it felt futile to go because legislatively all of the laws kept changing into the direction of we're going to have this voucher program and we're going to have to afford it one way or the other. And so it didn't feel like one wanted to go up there and try and advocate because it seemed powerless. I'm willing to try. I know through FSBA and the consortium I've worked with in the past, they seem to have, and what I like about the consortium is it's the largest school districts that come together, and so we're aligned with, and I think that was one of the points that Mr. Kemp made to us, is that even in the consortium, a lot of the school districts that are on the coastal have different needs financially because of our building codes and all those kinds of things. So addressing these kinds of things legislatively as school boards collectively might in fact be a good solution. But I really think one last thing, if we can, is there any trend that, did we have anything before the voucher program started because I want to see what this escalation looks like. I want to see how we're growing, or how the voucher program is growing and comparing it year over year.
So I can definitely do that. We had the McKay Scholarship Program was in place for quite a number of years. And it had really leveled off, and whereas now this extra added piece has grown. But we can definitely show you how that's grown over the last few years.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ziegler?
Well, I wanted to say, I think that, again, I think there's been a lot of market change, but I also think there's been a lot of change here at the district level, and I can tell you, knowing many people in the cohort that were Sarasota County Public Schools families. They left Sarasota County Public Schools and they're at one of our private schools. Maybe part of their family is there, and then they're coming back. I can tell you, from a front row seat, see a lot of people shifting back as well. So I think I'm curious to see what that data. You're never going to know specifically, but when we're looking at the delta of the actual overall change, I think I'm just curious to what that looks like. I do think that we still have to be cognizant of how we're forecasting, and that makes it hard. I agree with and I think you guys do get in there in as very narrowly tailored as you can, but not shortchanging us early on, so that we aren't scrambling later on that will disrupt the level of service in that coming year. But when I think about even going to the legislature and talking through, I'd be absolutely fine with it. I will say this: I genuinely believe the caliber of what's being offered, the quality of leadership, the efficiencies that I believe this district's gone through in the last couple years, makes a really big difference and makes those conversations much more powerful and much more palatable. And I do think that even with just the changes and having a little bit more data, so we can have some kind of intelligent conversation. It's not what if, it's that these are meaningful, impactful changes that we can financially illustrate to you. And again, I say that I don't know anyone who's saying the money should not file the child. Truly. And so we're able to establish this is clearly, and anyone who understands basic operations management understands how impossible it is to do when we have these fluctuations, and certainly not getting at least the true up in some kind of reasonable percentage. So I think all of those are very, very. I think we're all on the same page, and it's actually kind of refreshing to articulate, because I think that some of these get stuck in pockets of good little slingers, but it's good to notice that I think that we want, and I think more than ever, we want to be able to showcase what we're doing. I love the step up vendor. I mean, I think that is fantastic. I love that idea. And I think through that, there might be another adjustment. And so to Mr. Edwards' point, I like seeing some of that data of, you're going to see a spike that goes into scholarships, just the pure, they opened it up, the pure accessibility of it. But I do know, and I don't know how, from a macro standpoint, but I am seeing and hearing families pretty regularly. This is like the time of year everyone's talking where they're going to go to school, right? Are they going to put, so, and there are a lot that I know that are leaving private school or were planning on going to private school and are not anymore. And to me, that's like, we're doing it right. So kudos to all of you, because that's really, even going based on the conversation with the policy that we were talking about earlier today, those are the kind of things that I think do bring meaningful change and do really make people really confident and excited. So I'm very optimistic and bullish, but I also think we need to be conservative when it comes to forecasting. But I know it's easy to get stuck in, oh no, but I think if we keep our focus on what we've been doing and doing those things right, I think that we're only going to continue to increase enrollment. That being said, I think there are legislative things, both on the capital side, 100%, that we need to have a conversation on as a board before we go up there, figure out where we all can kind of know we're going to row in the same direction. And I think that's the most important part of, there's going to be peripheral things that we kind of already know that maybe that just won't be something that we're going to be unified in. I don't really think any of us are talking about those anyways. But I think that there is a benefit both in the leadership that we have, but as the cohesiveness of the board to go up to Tallahassee and start advocating. So I don't think I'm ready for an association yet, but I'm just going to say for the board, that's just me though, because I think that individually, I think there's benefits there all day long. But I do think it's a good idea, Mrs. Barker.
Superintendent Connor.
No, great conversation. I appreciate all the feedback. I do want to answer the question to Mr. Edwards' point about the choice enrollment window. Remember, we're right in the middle of that. We've closed the window. We are making offers as of today. We have 134 new families not in district managed schools. So they could be a potential charter school student or outside of the county. So then how many of that will translate into actual acceptance will yet to be seen, but then hopefully by next week we'll have somewhat of an idea. But hey, we're moving it. Kudos to the communications department and everyone involved in doing that, because it is, and Craig would love to tell you all the stats about the commercials we're running. We're running very specific, targeted, geo-fenced marketing, and that has translated into a lot of views, which have drove people to our website and is hopefully going to return a great investment for us. So thank you.
Thank you also, Ms. Penner. Thank you for the discussion. Obviously, we can hope for the best, and I agree. We could, anytime I get the opportunity to go to Tallahassee, I would be more than in favor of going up there. But I do think that there's a lot of I think there'd be some good stuff to go up there. So with that, since we've been here for 2.5 hours almost, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back here at looks like about 12:35. Welcome back. It's now 12:35. Superintendent Connor, if you please would, our next presentation, please, to the board.
Thank you, Board Chair. We're going to move next to our item on property insurance renewal, so I'll hand it over to our Chief of Human Capital, Ms. Ashley Ramadka.
Good morning, thank you. Today we have with us Lynn Peterson, our Director of Risk Management, and Danny Parsons from Gallagher to share information about our property insurance renewal.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon to all the board members, board chair, vice chair, and Mr. Connor. Happily, we have good news this year. We had better news, we had some good news last year, and the markets have continued to improve. And the Gallagher team has done a wonderful job in negotiating our property insurance, hitting the market hard, although, the market, they're left with the market that they're given, so they can only do so much, and we've had added capacity that has come into the property market, as well as renewed capacity that previously had been in the marketplace and left when times were, when we had some bad years. So all of that has caused for competition, which allows for the rate reduction that we'll be seeing. There's 10 to 15% reductions that the Gallagher team has been seeing through the markets, and with our property renewal, we're fortunate to be in that category. Our property insurance renewal program has increased slightly in our school insurable values, which is our TIV, by 2.59%, and so that adds a little bit to, causing us to have a little increased capacity to insure, and the markets look at that. We'll continue to have our deductible at $100,000 for regular deductible, and then a 5% wind deductible with no cap on that. And so with keeping that overall program limit at $75 million, we're going to show the $75 million that we currently have fully insured with no co-participation as in some previous years. And then we'll also show a tower of when we're getting back to potentially getting to our $100 million of our property limit that we had prior to 2023's renewal. So the first option is as expired. So as expiring, we have a $75 million tower, and then option 2 will be a $100 million tower. Both programs fully insured. The first option is going to show a decrease of 13.24% on the premium and a 15.43% on the rate itself. So the rate is a blended rate of all of the carriers that participate in the market. So that 13% is about $816,000.
This is not April's Fool, correct?
Yeah, no.
I'm just making sure.
right.
Just making sure. Thank you.
I'm a very serious person. I wouldn't do that to you.
No, you would do that, but just making sure. Thank you.
So as you can see, option 1 shows the full program with all of the participants and their percentages up to the 75 million without the district participating, which is a good thing. We really don't want to participate in the model as we did the previous year, because that adds to issues with FEMA when trying to get reimbursements. They look at it that you're participating, and then they hold that against you. So you're best not to do that. And that we've participated in years and years past for a long time, but over the years when we've had some really severe storms, not just us, but obviously other Florida markets, the FEMA has gotten stricter on that, and that's what has changed the modeling that we really want to stick towards a fully insured program. And then
and not a bad option to have an option 2 where we still remain fully insured at 100 million and we're still saving 4% on the premium, paying at 5,900,000 versus our 6 million that we paid for the 25 program, and seeing a 6.5% rate reduction. So those are the options that we're bringing to you, and you can see fully insured, again, no co-participation. Fortunate that we were able to get capacity and carriers to come into at a competitive pricing at those above 75 million, those 25 million above 75 million to the 100 million mark. So before I move on, that is the property program for just the, all of the properties. And then moving, just to let you know, part of that program includes the equipment breakdown, the terrorism, and the flood. Those are still being negotiated. So we are seeing some increases and some decreases. You'll see in the terrorism, a new carrier, there's a 3% decrease for that proposal. But on the other equipment breakdown, looks like there will be a small increase of 2% for the incumbent on that one. So those are, well, I guess we could back, maybe. Okay. So that is our presentation. And I would love to hear some feedback as to what direction you would like me to go in, be able to have our wonderful partners, Gallagher, who they do a wonderful job. Danny is here. She works really hard, and she's working to get those numbers down ever so slightly, maybe once we know exactly which direction we're going to go. But these are solid numbers that we know of as we stand.
Ms. Ziegler?
Well, I really love the percent. I mean, that differential is a big, because it's been double-digit increases. And we're going double-digit decrease. That's exciting.
That's correct.
I'm a
yeah.
total insurance nerd, so. But that, especially with our TI, with the insurable value increasing, that's really not to be dismissed. The one thing is interesting, we were just hinging off the financial conversation, and then, our ability from a liquidity standpoint to sustain any kind of taking on risk. I believe it's in our best interest when you look at the modeling to take on some more risk like we did last year versus fully insured, especially when we're talking about trying to be more creative. But I also need to make sure we can look at the probability and then our ability from the balance sheet to sustain that. So I feel comfortable with it, but I want to, that's where the two options ultimately come down to. And I'm curious if Superintendent, if you want to chime in or if any other board members do.
Well, I think especially with what ended up looking at it just in a financial or fiduciary responsibility based on that 75 million at 100%, seeing a deduction of that 14, 16%, obviously that also helps us offset some costs in a variety of other ways, especially, I won't jinx us in reference to opportunities moving forward for named storms.
Opportunities for name storms.
I did not jinx us. That's the whole point. What I'm saying, though, is obviously I'd be in favor of staying with the option 1 currently in order to then to recoup those as a board member, especially with what the economic climate may be potentially in the future. Superintendent Connor?
It's almost $1 million.
Just any more feedback on that? Option.
He's like, one more board member.
Mr. Edwards, please.
Yeah, for my first question is, the flood policies that we have are only at Woodland?
Yes, and the whole floodplain.
And have we re-examined all of that as the one and only that we need?
The flood maps?
So we've actually, we reassess those on a yearly basis, and so where a lot of the schools are located are not in the flood zones, and actually what's interesting is with the storms that have come through, we also have not seen flooding as a result of those storms as well. So not only are they sitting in not high hazard zones, but they're also performing well when the storms actually do roll through. Woodlands Middle specifically, there was flooding there when Ian came through, and then there are a couple of locations in an A zone, which is a high hazard zone, which is why those policies are there. But we do look at those locations every year to see if any more need to be purchased.
I had to ask the question. I just had to. And thank you for that answer. I tend to agree that option one seems to me to be the way to go, and if you're asking for my feedback.
It's true, though, is FEMA, because I live down in District 5, I know that FEMA made some changes to the flood maps, even in areas that never really received any flooding. So my understanding is that they're reevaluating is Woodland and that part of the A. I mean, do you have anything that may end up being changed back to what it was prior?
It could be. Obviously, I'm not in FEMA's head, but it certainly could change depending on how they map things in the future, as well as other schools that are currently in an X zone per se that are not in a high hazard zone could move into a high hazard zone. It just depends on how they model and change things.
But no information at this rate
At
that
this
you're
point,
hearing?
no. Mm-mm.
Thank you. Ms. Barker?
Thank you. Because I am not an insurance nerd, would you just humor me and give me the devil's advocate reason for why we would go the 100 over the 75?
Well, the 100 would just allow for added coverage in case a catastrophic hit. With Ian, we had quite a bit of damage, more than we've ever seen I believe in Sarasota. And so that damage we received reimbursements, but nowhere near the level. The 100 million would cover us if we got a Cat 5 and direct hit, even if it's like Ian was long, and that the longer with the winds, the more damage you're going to see. Milton was shorter. We didn't see the winds. We saw the coastal flooding and all. So you never know what you're going to get. You can get spin-offs of tornadoes, and those can cause catastrophic damages. Our schools most of them are shelters. They're built to withstand storms of severity, but and the likelihood of losing one entire school is pretty rare, but it can happen. When Michael hit the Panhandle, they lost all their schools, and one of our schools costs $100 million. So if we were to have a couple schools nearby, which we do up in here in Sarasota, you've got Philippi, you've got Riverview, you've got STC, you've got them very close proximity to each other. If we get a direct Cat 5 max hit, we could see very significant damages at multiple schools, which could exhaust that policy. And so that is what that 100 million is there for. And then FEMA, as Bonnie can even back me up on how long it takes to get FEMA reimbursement. We wouldn't see that for years. And maybe if we had like a Michael where they had more than $200-300 million in damages to their schools, you might see it a little bit quicker, but don't count. I wouldn't think we want to count on that. So we would just have a lot more coverage in case of a catastrophic type of incident like that, because of remembering the cost of each one of our schools is pretty much 100 million plus. I mean, our high schools now we're building are $185 million. So.
No, Lynn is right on target with all of those points. I think it is important, kind of going back to some of the conversations of, expected loss, right? What is the expected loss of the district? And so, it gets a little bit into the weeds when it comes to the modeling, but ultimately we look at the 100-year storm, the 250-year storm, the 500-year storm, and things of that nature to make those educated guesses, because like discussed, every storm is different. You never know how it's going to hit you. You never know how it's going to impact you. And so, Sarasota School specifically, the 250-year storm modeling says that the expected loss could be $104 million. Again, granted, we haven't obviously seen that, but if that 250-year storm does roll through just right, the model says it could be around $104 million. So just to give you some perspective. You're welcome.
Ms. Ziegler?
Well, thank you. No, and I was going to say, I think the question about the flooding, because the flood map and where we saw horrific floods and so many people we knew didn't have flood insurance because they weren't in a flood zone and sure enough had rising water. And I don't know if it's been determined if that is, there are other reasons as to why that occurred or not, but so I don't know what FEMA does when they map it or what if the county, if they were, I don't know. I know that we look at it annually, and if they come out with a map that's different than us, are we able to endorse the policy like mid-year and add on, or do you do, what would you do?
We could add flood policies at any point, right? The only thing with NFIP flood policies is there's a 30-day wait. So essentially, if
Right.
you're looking to purchase it, once the premium is received by the carrier, is
Would be only if there would be, I mean, that would have to be like something very dramatic. We're saying, okay, we have never seen this before, and we can't assert that risk. So, but as you know, when it comes to the storms we see, and when you look at the predictive analytics, I will say their modeling is incredibly sophisticated. It's pretty amazing. That being said, in every year, I think they're working closer to tighten it up because what once upon a time was a 500-year storm, we're seeing them
more often.
and so there's risk. We're taking on risk. So that's really where, when we're talking about the financial standpoint, like, can we sustain it? But when you're talking about 14%, that's almost $1 million back to us. So as long as then I go to superintendent, because now you've had more than 3 board members say okay. But can we sustain that from a balance sheet standpoint? If we, from a probability standpoint, those are the kind of questions.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to think in terms of those catastrophic events, but you do. This is one reason why we have a reserve fund balance, right? And so when you look at that and the unfortunate scenario where that is to occur, that's where we have to look first. What I'm hearing is there's consensus around option 1 moving forward. I know our risk management director is risk adverse, so I'm sure she wants option 2.
Well, I will add that, I know, just talking to Danny, if I should repeat, we haven't gotten our money from our carriers for Milton just yet. We're in the final stages of working on that, and those numbers are ranging from 2 to 3 million. They're not final, so I don't want to, but we're going to see that money back coming from the carriers in the next 4 months. I say 4 months because
I would say that's
I'm going to
fair.
say about 4 months. So FY, I just wanted to give you that information that is coming back to us. But I don't want to tell you the other information. About
So we assumed risk last year, and so
the
I
prior
want to
year, we
compare
actually, so
what
the prior
risk,
year.
what risk did we assume? Because the delta is 25 million. What was the amount of risk that we had assumed?
So I think you've got to take it back to when Ian took place. So it was in 2023 where the district was co-participating on that very top layer. So while there was a $75 million tower, you were co-participating, I want to say roughly almost 40 million, no, 20 million of that roughly. You had insured about $58 million total that was fully insured by an insurance carrier. Then last year, because the markets had softened and there was capability from both pricing and capacity standpoints, we were able to fully insure that $75 million, and that way there was no co-participation outside of obviously just the normal standard deductible that would apply. This year, again, we're looking at both the as-is structure at the 75 or using, just the softer market that we're seeing, those larger reductions that we're seeing to try to buy back some of that limit, because historically, the district always was around that $100 million mark when it came to the limits that they carried prior to Hurricane Ian.
So just looking at our history prior to Ian in 2014, we went up to 100 million, and we continued that up until 2016 when we upped it to 125 million. It wasn't a fully insured program. There was some of that. So we really fully insured at 100 million, and we continued that model through 2019, and then actually 21, I should say, 22.
It was 23.
And 20, where we were 100 million fully insured, but that 25 million had some co-participation. In 22, I believe we continued with that
You had-
co-participation.
There was co-participation, but it was up to the 125, and then when it went down to the true 75 million with co-participation was the year after each.
So it was almost like we were only 50 million,
Right.
even though we had a 75 million after Ian. It was significant. There was 38% increase. So we went down and took significant risk by only having that 50 million of coverage. And then markets.
At the top tower.
Yeah. And then markets got better, so we bought it back last year. And last year we were able to be fully insured at the 75 million. And so that's where typically if you want to get back to where you were, when the markets are giving back, you try to go back. But
try to utilize that
you
savings
try
to-
but everybody's different, and everybody, our financial situation is different. So, that's just why it's being brought to you, because we are not in the same financial situation as we were probably last year. So you make those calls, and that's, you still are fully insured at 75 million, which is pretty good.
That's correct.
So, Mrs. Barker, that was a great question because I don't mean to be cavalier, but we were paying a lot more money for a lot less coverage for a couple of years, and even what we purchased was the wisest of the 2 or 3 options that were given to us, and we had assumed a fair amount of risk in that process. It was and it was not a choice. I mean, it was just what we could afford and what the market would give us. So that was a really good question. I guess from my perspective, having lived through that, I have a little bit more comfort in assuming that kind of risk. So your question is valid in terms of, should we assume that risk? I think from my perspective, as I'm looking at just the general economic situation of the world and what we just got done listening through with Mrs. Penner, I'm not feeling like I might have felt a couple of years ago where, we're a wealthy district, let's make sure we're covered. I don't have that same outlook at this moment in time. But Mrs. Ziegler made a very good point, which is really why I chimed in here, is I'm concerned about the flooding piece. That's really why I asked. And so many home policy owners did get walloped because they didn't have flood insurance, even though they weren't in a floodplain. What are our options in terms of where that might be a problem? I know that you're looking at floodplains and they're saying not possible, but somebody would say, well, this might be, and maybe we want to consider that.
Yeah, so we always look again, when the adjusters go out after the storms, that's kind of always our first question is, was there any significant flooding and at which schools? And the answer the last 2 storms for both Ian and for Milton was there really wasn't any, right? There may have been some intrusion through the roof or something along those lines, but true flooding, it wasn't seen at most of the schools, which is certainly a positive thing. That being said, there is flood coverage incorporated into this overall tower that you're seeing, right? There is coverage for both things in X zones and in high hazard zones. What we do though is that the high hazard buildings, let's say, have a little bit higher of a deductible. And so an NFIP policy just buys down that deductible a bit. So no matter what, there is coverage under the property program that you see, the 75 million or the 100 million, there's flood coverage incorporated to that full limit, either 75 or 100. So flood is covered and all the buildings are covered for it. It's just the deductible may differ depending on if it's in a low hazard or a high hazard zone.
So I guess the place that comes to mind for me is Venice, because I live there. And I reside in Zone B. And I'm not yet in a floodplain, but I have flood insurance because the storm surge is significantly closer to the Gulf right there. So that would be a question that I would have just from storm surge
Perspective.
with a direct hit. I'm just asking if having that policy, one additional policy to mitigate risk of flooding for what's, right, almost coastal, not, I mean, they don't have views of the Gulf, but,
I
but
hear what you're
it's significantly close. So I'm just asking that question.
No, it's a great question. And storm surge, just to also clarify, storm surge is covered within the named windstorm limit, so there's coverage for that too.
Okay.
It's the flood that came down from the Peace River,
Yeah.
that's where we're.
Ms. Ziegler?
Yeah, no, I was just saying, sorry, I wasn't on the mic, but I was saying is, the rising, there's all, I'm not to be a total nerd, so, but there's ones that are affiliated with the storm, and then there's the ones that are unexpected that I think so many of our members of the community got hit by, whether it was during Ian, I think it was Ian, but it had Peace River from Orlando, or the overflow from one of the storms came a couple days later, versus, and then last year, we had the freak situation where it was just
The rain event.
tons of,
It was so
yeah.
much rain.
And all of those that's where those are the outliers. And I know the flood program is you're not talking about extensive coverage, and I don't know what the rate is, but to
Under
Mr.
NFIP.
Edwards' point, I wouldn't be opposed to, and you may have already done this, I mean, if you're lining it up with the FEMA maps, but if we look at, because I think some of them are development. I don't know, but there's some concern that there may be some truth to it. I don't know, but if that's something that's susceptible to future flooding, and we have schools in that area, I just want to make sure that we are, because the financial impact of a flood policy is not comparable to some of the the premiums we're looking at right now when we're talking about the property. Correct.
Correct.
So, but Lynn, is that you feel comfortable with what being presented?
Yes, with the 75 million?
I'm sorry, with the flood, though.
With the flood? Oh,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Because and we are looking at it constantly. Gallagher's looking at it now.
And we have, the only question I had, it wasn't on that, I just was piggybacking on Mr. Edwards. Someone asked me this, I think I know the answer. We have terrorism coverage, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, thank you.
Keep those rates going down.
Yes, keep the rates
you.
going down. Superintendent Connor?
Thank you. We're going to move on to our next item, which is update on Pillar 5 of our strategic plan. Our family and community engagement personnel are going to come up, and that is led by Dr. Moore, Director of Strategic Engagement, and we will get started as soon as they have an opportunity to switch seats.
All right, good afternoon. It is now good afternoon. Again, Superintendent Connor and board members, it's a pleasure to be here this morning with Dr. Moore, our Director of Strategic Engagement, to share the work that has been done since the adoption of our strategic plan as it pertains to Pillar 5, Priorities 2, 3, and 4, which is also outlined by 43 strategic actions. We will not be talking about all 43, but the ones that we have activated that we have implemented over the course of adopting the strategic plan to give you a high-level overview of that work. We are going to move in phases here, again, talking about priority 2, 3, and 4, and then sharing the body of work since the adoption of the strategic plan with phase 1, giving you a high-level overview of that work. Then as we come to the mid-end of the presentation, we're going to be sharing phase 2, which are the new ideas, the new designs. So please feel free to contribute and think about what we're saying. All of it is baking in the oven, and all of it requires feedback and advisement to continue to move forward to engage our community, as we do believe that is a responsibility of the entire district. Similarly to professional learning, everyone has to be involved. So we're excited to share some of those new ideas with you to seek feedback today. Dr.
Thank you, Ms. O'Day. Thank you, Ms. O'Day. Good afternoon, board members, Vice Chair and Chair, and Superintendent Connor. It's such a pleasure to be here today to talk about this. I know that it's been a long morning, and so we'll move through this expeditiously but thoroughly. Again, as Mr. Day alluded to, the Strategic Engagement Department is not just a department. We engage with every aspect of this district, of our departments, of this community, of our stakeholders. It is probably, for me, one of the best opportunities to serve as a servant leader in this district, to really, really address the needs of our children, our families, our staff, and our community. So I'd like to start with looking at, God bless you, moving from kind of a global perspective, looking at our district initiatives, and then kind of narrowing down to some of the things we provide specifically to our schools. So if you'll bear with us, we'll kind of go through that. So to talk about something that is just amazing for us for the last 2 years, we've worked with Carl Reynolds and Carl Reynolds Law and ABC7, and of course our generous community with the Chalkboard Champions Day of Giving, or Pack the Bus. We've been so fortunate with this initiative for the last couple of years because it has really, really positively impacted our students and our teachers being able to have an incredible, successful start to the school year. Students receive backpacks and notebooks and pens and just everything you can imagine that they need to be successful in the start of the school year, specifically for our most neediest schools. This also impacts our teachers. They have things in their classrooms that they would probably oftentimes have to purchase out of their own pocket. So that's been a wonderful, wonderful gift for our students, our teachers, and our families. And in addition to that, we're able to receive monetary donations, and this year received a check for $15,442, which also positively impacts our schools because we're able to support those schools that don't have the resources and the funding for their after-school initiatives, before school, any kind of literacy programs, ESOL programs, foods that they can't purchase. So we're able to really help them, in addition to supporting the parent and family engagement champions at some of the schools. Excuse me. I also want to note that Mr. Reynolds, in his passion for our district and all of our schools, was one of our CEOs in our CEO initiative this year, and Ms. O'Day is going to talk to you a little bit more about that a little bit later. As we look at our data for our district, we're able, as we focus on our data, we've been able to identify some of the needs of our early learners. And in doing so this year, we learned that we had some areas that we wanted to really support our children and their families. And we know, based on research, that parents are our children's first teachers. And the more that we can provide opportunities for parents to really work with their children at home, the more prepared students are when they start schools. So we were able, through our Title I funds, to purchase kindergarten readiness kits to give a jump start to our kindergarten students. We did it in such a way that our schools could, really determine how they wanted to use those kits with their parents based on their demographic and their parents and families at their schools. We were able to serve all of our Title I schools, 15 kits each, and even 2 of our charter schools. In addition to that, we know that lunch debt thing comes up every year, right? And we're so blessed that last year, Grace Church was able to completely wipe that debt out for us, and we're so grateful to them. They're always coming in for us right on time. When we looked at this year's data, right around January, we noticed that there was an uptick in the lunch debt right about the same time as we looked at last year's. When we analyzed it, we had more this year than last year. And so we knew we had to attribute that to those 3 consecutive hurricanes, because now many families were unable to pay for their students' meals. So we were able to collaborate with one of our partners who generously supported us, and that's the Education Foundation, who was able to repurpose some of the remaining hurricane relief funds to really focus on our lunch debt. So we were able to take care of some of that this year in the amount of $22,633. So we're very grateful to the Education Foundation of Sarasota for supporting us with that. At the same time, we began to look at the free and reduced lunch applications and noted that many of our schools, those applications were very low. So if those applications aren't being completed, then that's going to impact particularly our Title I schools and their funding. We got together with a number of our community partners and said, hey, what do? We don't know all the reasons why our families don't complete those applications. We don't know if it's, fear, or if it's concern about, stigma, whatever the reason is, we wanted to make sure that we provide opportunities and for those families to be able to receive support and assistance in completing those applications. So we were able to set up sites throughout the district from the north to the south in our libraries, in the health department, in the housing authority, as well as some of our community centers for our parents to be able to go in and work with trusted folks that they dealt with on a regular basis to support them in completing those lunch applications. We trained the volunteers in those environments to be able to work with our families and help them as much as possible. As you can see, and the data increase in the percentage of lunch applications that were completed. So our goal this year is to engage in this initiative right at the beginning of the year so we can really impact families completing those lunch applications. Ms. O'Day?
So the nice thing about that, although that's not baked into the strategic plan, we are responding to community needs. And so you'll see a sprinkle of things that are responding to community's needs and then things that are baked into that plan. So that was a great initiative that they became a part of to support our community and make sure that that debt's paid, and that we're also aligning resources to get those applications filled out, as that has a large impact on funding, as we've been talking about heavily today. So this next initiative is not new. This was established in 2022 due to the impact of hurricane. So many of you are familiar with this, but that is a picture of the amazing team that takes full responsibility for supporting all of our employees in the district in time of crisis, which we really appreciate, because I know every employee in this district is every day, day in and day out, supporting the needs of our families and our students in all times of crisis. And so we have to make sure that we take care of them as well, so we can continue to do the real work and support at any time that's needed. And this team is doing just that. And this team does live in the Office of Strategic Engagement. The day after Hurricane Milton, the superintendent created a survey because we really needed to figure out where our employees were, what were they experiencing at that time, and really forecasting how quickly we can get back to normal, because we know our community needs us to do that. But again, we have to take care of our employees. So on the right side, you'll see just a breakdown of that data on what the evaluation was of the impact, and the bottom left is just highlighting the resources that were provided at that time. This is actually the survey that we've done since we've been here that had the highest completion rate, which great. That is a time where we need people to respond, to let us know where they are, what they're doing, what they need, so we can work together to get back to normal and support the needs of our employees. That team is super proactive. They are already meeting. They've met once again just recently in preparation for the upcoming storm season, which we're all hoping and praying for no impact, but we want to be prepared, because a lot of the times these really great initiatives come in the heat of the night, midnight, the morning of, the morning before, in the middle of it. So we've learned a lot from these storm seasons. And so we're going to have turnkey communication, not only with our foundations partners, but also the communication plans, because really we're developing that sometimes when we may not have battery power. Things are frantic happening. I remember talking to Superintendent Connor and Dr. Moore that morning. Whose number is this? Where's this phone number? Who's in charge of this organization? How do we get a hold of them? And we're putting all that together feverishly. So we've learned a lot, and now we can really move into a more turnkey approach. However, there are going to be things unexpected, but as much as we can plan for just makes us a lot more efficient and quicker in managing some of those needs. So wanted to share that with you today as a part of that department. This is a new initiative. As you are well aware, the superintendent brought CEOs in schools to our district. The whole goal of that was just to deepen the community connection with our leaders and CEOs. And what better way to get deep into school than to go to school? Mm-hmm. So they had to go to school. They had to shadow their school-based administrators. They had an awesome day, which I'll share that data. But this event was bookended by two specific experiences. The first one was a meet and greet reception at a local restaurant. And thanks to the Education Foundation, they did fund that meet and greet, giving our CEOs and leaders time to socialize out of the workplace and really get to know each other and think about what that other bookend experience, the day of impact, was going to be like. And you can see those pictures on the bottom. Those are CEOs along with some of our principals doing things that our principals do every day. And again, that satisfaction rate was 100%. People were thrilled with that experience. There are relationships that are still thriving and moving past that point. That was the whole goal. And we did connect 40 CEOs in our schools. A little adjustment going into next year, we're going to be connecting with Heather Caston of the Chamber of Commerce. She's really excited about joining this initiative, really expanding our reach with community leaders, business partners, and whoever wants to be involved with this, and maybe even doing more than one day of impact if we have that much interest and furthering that experience. So we're excited about getting ready for that going into the new year.
And if I might add, Ms. Caston was also a participant as one of our CEOs in schools. So, and everyone was really loving that. And I think many of you are familiar with the Newtown Alive Trolley Tour and the Leonard Reed House. And thanks to Superintendent Connor, we were able to take the entire cabinet, our district level administrators on this tour, and it was absolutely amazing. Many of the participants responded in a survey that stated how they were impacted by learning about the community and the culture of the Newtown and Overtown community, things that they didn't know about and were not aware of the rich heritage and contributions in the Sarasota community, particularly of our African American community. One of the greatest impacts that I received in the feedback from those who completed the survey was learning about the wade-in at Lido Beach. Many people go to that beach, and that mural that you see in the center with the beautiful colors is really a testament to what the peacefully the people of Newtown did to address the fact that they were not allowed to use the public beaches. And so they didn't even know about that. And so there were a lot of things and landmarks that they were unfamiliar with, and contributions of many of the folks that have gone on before us in this community. All of the participants that provided feedback indicated that they would recommend this to all administrators, and one of our goals this year is to take some of our principals, all of our principals that support the students and families in these communities on this trolley tour, and let them experience this and learn about the culture of the students and families that they support in their schools. Ms. O'Day?
Yep, my favorite part was being made to sing
Yes.
and clap and stomp my feet, and we learned that Miss Ramotica is very in tune to doing all of that. So if you ever want to experience that, but we did have a good time. It was a great experience.
We even had one of the members of the Marvelettes, who was on board and singing with us, and she kept us really busy, didn't she?
Okay, so one of our new initiatives here as well, which is in our strategic plan, was introducing parent universities. We are not going to watch this video. This is a video that we saw in the superintendent's highlights in a board meeting. It's also been sent to you, but it is here because we want our community to be able to see it if they so choose. After this presentation, all they have to do is click. Okay, so the great thing about parent universities is that it really does bridge together the pillar one, every student achieves, but then ensuring that our families are connected to how to make that happen, because it does not happen without their support. As you heard Dr. Moore say, our families are our child's first teacher, and we need to equip them with the tools and resources to do just that. And all of our staff members and even board members, there are parents who know there's so much going on, and it's a difficult thing to figure out what kids need from you and what you can do to support them. So that's Parent Universities for. And we focused on literacy as that being the umbrella to learning that we truly believe in, and opening those doors for our students to advance their learning. The Community Foundation was able to pay for our program specialists and curriculum directors to create the content and sessions, and also to lead those sessions at night. So we're very thankful for that support as they made that happen for our experts to do that work. What's interesting about the Parent University, it happened right after all the storms. And we had a conversation about moving forward, and we felt that the kids' needs weren't changing, school was back in session, and we wanted to get back to normal as quickly as possible and support our families that still had a need. But we were very responsive to their needs, which I'll share some additions we made in addition to the parent sessions that our curriculum directors and program specialists planned for. Multiple pathways depending on what kind of reader you have, by grade and by level. And then we also had a session specifically for our multilingual learners. So those were the sessions, and then we added a resource fair because, again, our community was showing a need more than what we planned for, but we did bring the disaster recovery bus on site, and our staff and our families were able to access support if they hadn't been able to do so, which had FEMA and a lot of other community partners there. And we gave away a lot at the end. There were resources, food, toiletries and things that people needed right then and there. So that was a really good combination effort given the demand of our community. But what I will say is we had families there, but not to the rate of what we wanted to see. So our sign up versus our actual participation, which we are attributing to the time of what we were dealing with, which is okay, because one family is there, then we're there, right? But moving into next year is really thinking differently about an asynchronous model, which was brought up by multiple board members. If you can't be there, how can we still connect you? So our parent university that's actually scheduled for April 24th at the VPAC, which is going to focus on 25th. Okay, April 25th at the VPAC on a Friday is going to focus on parenting in the stages of AI, internet safety, social media. That's been a topic, and it keeps changing. It's really hard to keep up with. So we want to make sure our families have connection there. We are paying and contracting services for that. We're having a speaker, but we're also going to have an asynchronous model. So if someone cannot be there, they can still tune in. We will record it. We will post it. But there'll be multiple ways for people to access that information. When we get into new initiatives towards the end of the presentation, you're going to hear a lot of blended models and really trying to make sure we give people the opportunity to access the resources and experiences that we're planning. Ma'am, here you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And as you know, as a part of the Department of Strategic Engagement, we have our Office of Parent and Family Engagement, which is really in place to support our schools, strengthen our family engagement and initiatives, as well as provide learning opportunities for parents, families, and our staff. Want to look at some of the initiatives that we worked with directly. I talked to you about going directly into the schools and working more specifically with some of the schools. Some of the things that we're working on just increasing and focusing on this year were our parent and family engagement champions, which are really important to supporting our school administrators and our teachers, and also helping to guide those initiatives in the schools to support our children and families and increase that level of engagement of our families and our staffs. We have about 34 of them right now, and we have several schools that we need to focus on increasing those parent and family engagement champions. We are very excited that our new parent and family engagement administrator, Dr. Deirdre Brady, is working feverishly to build our parent and family engagement advisory team, and that team is going to work together to provide that guidance, support, and strategies to support those initiatives at our school levels. Something that's really exciting that I wanted to touch upon is our Publix math night. You know how sometimes kids say, I don't know why I need to learn that anyway. Why do I have to know math? Well, this really awesome event that takes place at a number of our schools, and more want to do it this year, is put together where students and families have a real life experience at Publix, and they go in and they do a scavenger hunt, but they learn about financing and budgeting at the same time. So they have a lot of fun, but they're actually learning. Our All Pro Dad program, we've seen an uptick in the number of schools that want to engage in that. We really want to focus on bringing more male role models in to really support particularly some of our single parent families. And so those children can be exposed to different types of models and different kinds of mentors in our school. So we're really excited about that, and more schools wanting to participate in that. Many of our schools have all kinds of initiatives. They have cultural heritage nights. They have family literacy nights that draw a number of families to our schools. Oftentimes schools ask us, what can we do? How can we draw more people, more families, and get them engaged in our schools? And one school in particular that we worked with last year and again this year was McIntosh Middle School, and we suggested that they think about a Family Fall Festival, which they did. They've got the ag program, they've got the arts, they've got all kinds of STEM, they've got so many different ways of being able to draw families that we encourage them to look at that, and we also provided support, resources, and some finances to the school. I'm very proud to report that they've done it now 2 years in a row, that each time they have served over 500 families. Many community supports are there to provide also those necessary resources for families like mental health support, insurance, any kind of support that families might find that they need. They're there to speak with those families and support those families, in addition to games and entertainment. Just a magnificent event. It was so festive. I really enjoyed myself being there. And even one of our CEOs in schools who was not the CEO for that school showed up there because he wanted to support us. So that initiative is really, really positive for impacting our schools. To underscore the importance of volunteers and really helping student success, our Office on Volunteer and Community Involvement in the form of mentors, supporting the classrooms, and also school-related activities. They support student learning, academic growth, as well as character development. Just a quick snapshot of the numbers of our volunteer data. As you can see, we have, about 8,000, almost 9,000 volunteers. Now, those numbers have increased since March 7th, I'm happy to report. And in addition to that, as you know, the Florida Department of Education, led by Governor Ron DeSantis and Commissioner Manny Diaz, launched the Resiliency Florida Initiative. And as a part of that, there is a Resiliency Coach Initiative, which comes under the Office of Volunteer and Community Involvement. And we are seeing a strong indication that people really want to get involved with this. They are one of the first layers of support for our students, our resiliency coaches. They help to build resiliency as students are facing those daily challenges in classrooms and even at home. They can be parents, grandparents, school volunteers, and even mentors that come into our schools and also work with those students at home. It's rooted in the resiliency standards and those 11 resiliency characteristics that are in your packet. The wonderful thing about the DOE is that they have provided literature and materials both for teachers in the classrooms, for the resiliency coaches in the classrooms, and also for parents and those resiliency coaches to work with those students at home, really reinforcing those resiliency characteristics, those 11 characteristics, to support our students to foster resiliency within our students and within our schools. This is my second year with the Summer School Initiative, and I am happy to have been leading the Summer Learning Academy this year and last year in our Title I schools. Now, I'm traditionally a secondary person, but I certainly have learned a lot through Ms. Minnelli and her team with our elementary students. That is such an important and impactful level of education, as we know, in our district. That is our foundational pieces for our students as they move through elementary, middle, and high school and beyond. One of my favorite programs in that is our Dive Into Reading program, which is a collaboration with Suncoast Campaign for Grade Level Reading, Geckos, Anna Maria Oyster Bar, and Northport. This program provides reading mentors to second grade students from select Title I schools in a restaurant setting. So students not only get to interact with those mentors and reading and engaging in some manipulatives and hands-on activities, but they also learn things like how to order from a menu, how to engage in a restaurant, and even some etiquette while they're engaging and also learning to read. And it's an awesome opportunity for our mentors and our students. We're excited that this year, because of the opening of that new Anna Maria Oyster Bar restaurant, that Cranberry Elementary is now being added as a part of this program. And so we'll have two elementary schools, Emma E., who's been the school that's been participating in this, and now Cranberry Elementary School. Now, as you know, April is Volunteer Appreciation Month. And we're excited about that because each April we host our Outstanding Volunteer Awards event. And this year, for the first time, drum roll, we have a state winner. And that is so awesome. I don't know that that's ever happened. It hasn't happened on my watch, but we have a state winner this year. And we're really excited about that. And we'll be sharing that and talking about that as we recognize all of our outstanding volunteers this year. It's an amazing event. I am hopeful, very hopeful, that all of our board members have RSVP'd so that I can place you in the perfect seat so you can enjoy this amazing event. And it's again on April 24th from 5 to 7 p.m. And our theme this year is Pillars of Excellence, Engaging in Learning, Empowering Success, Every Student, Every Day. So we look forward to seeing you there. I want to talk a little bit about the 2-Gen program, which is new to the Strategic Engagement Department this year. It provides parents with those comprehensive supports in attaining college degrees and those industry-recognized certifications. Our parent educator, education navigator Mary Tucker, has been working with 4 of our Title I schools Alta Vista, MAE, Goshio, and Tuttle to really support those Title I families in pursuing their educational goals as well as some district certifications. We know that when we change the educational status of families and also their economic stability, we change the trajectory for those families. And we're very excited about what's been going on in the 2Gen program, which is a collaboration with the Community Foundation, the Women's Resource Center, Sarasota Housing Authority, and of course, our own CTE. We'll talk a little bit more about this and where we're headed a little bit later in the presentation. Here is a quick snapshot, and this is also in your packet, of the demographics of our current 2Gen program this year. We're excited about this, and we're looking forward to doing more with this as we progress through the year. Ms. O'Day?
Yes, ma'am. So moving into phase 2, we're going to talk about advancing that vision. That was a quick high-level overview of some of the work that has been done since the adoption of the strategic plan and the conduct of this office. And we're going to dive into talking more about the 3 buckets you see on the screen and what are some new initiatives, new plans, or advancements to what we've already done that we have not mentioned at this time. Dr. Moore.
So as we look at expanding our collaboration with our local organizations and opportunities for professional learning, best practices, and family and parent and family engagement, we're looking at some of the, and these are mock-ups and just examples and thoughts of what we're doing in terms of initiatives this year. We want to establish some district-level engagement events for all of our families. And as noted previously, we want to make sure that there's some asynchronous abilities for parents to be able to participate. So some of the things that we're thinking about is a virtual lunch and learn, where for 1 hour, we will have a virtual opportunity for parents to explore different topics, support student learning. Each one of those sessions will be focusing on different topics, and one that I think is my favorite is how to break up with your cell phone. I think we all benefit from that, right? We also are looking at establishing coffee chats in which parents and family members can engage in conversation with district staff and community members. Sorry about that. Thank you. And I'm so used to talking and not moving that. And we'll have different topics where we discuss that. And what's unique about the coffee chat idea is that this is one of the ways that we will be able to develop those focus groups with our parents so that we can develop those feedback loops, and that's also a part of our strategic plan, and how we can talk with our parents and learn from our parents and they from us, and we can develop those initiatives that will continue to help us to provide the best supports for our students, families, and our staff. We're also looking at the possibility of developing webinars under the auspices of virtual parent mini academies. Again, this will be in the evenings, and we'll try to do this on a monthly basis with new topics of interest that we'll be discussing, with opportunities again for families to ask questions, and each of the sessions will be recorded and uploaded on our websites. For example, one topic might be how to recognize and address stress and anxiety in children, or even building a sense of safety and belonging and resilience. We're also looking at opportunities to address the needs of families that are brand new to Sarasota County, and in the form of webinars where we will provide information of resources as well as how to navigate through our school district. Who do I talk to when I need something? I can't tell you how many phone calls I get for people, and I have nothing to do with what they're looking for. The good news is I can probably point them in the right direction. But if we're proactive in how we prepare for our new families and have a place for them to come and find those resources, if they miss one of those webinars, they can always go back and find it, because it will be recorded and up on our website if we're able to, continue and bring this to fruition, which we hope that we will be able to do. And one of my favorites is something we're calling Story Time. And this is a partnership that we'd like to develop, and we're already in conversation with them, with our public libraries, offer an opportunity for our families to really engage in read-alouds with our early learners, to really impact their children's early language development, as well as be able to take materials home and continue working with their children and developing that learning ability and preparing them when they get ready to start school. So again, these are some of the ideas that we are looking at and thinking about as we're preparing for next year. And so we're very excited about that, and we hope as we look at a little bit more that we'll be able to even expand on those ideas. And so we're really appreciative of what we have out there. Ms. O'Day?
Yes, ma'am. Is it my turn?
Mm,
All
I
right,
believe you
excellent.
were gonna
Yes,
talk
ma'am, I'm
about
here. So one of the things that we're focusing on in the Office of Volunteer and Community Involvement, as you heard Dr. Moore share, was the resiliency coach piece. What we like about that is that many times people want to be involved but don't know how to be involved. I can tell you my own father would love to be involved, just need to give him a pathway on how to be involved. You know, people, just bringing lunch to kids and talking to them, it's not enough. So this gives a structure on how to coach, how to support, how to be involved, where you feel like you have a pathway to do something. So this is really going to help with those out there that don't know what to do but want to be involved. So we're excited about making that the core focus of that volunteer office and allowing people to have a structured way to interact with our students that is also approved and accepted. And we would always do parent permission up front, but overall it gives a nice body structure for those that are seeking an effective way to navigate mentorship and volunteerism in our district. So we're very excited about that.
So as I mentioned about the 2Gen program and where we want to, the direction that we want to head in that, we really are looking to expand the opportunities in the 2Gen program for our Title I schools to make it a much more equitable experience for all of our Title I parents. We also are connecting and having conversations with Career Edge and some other community organizations to talk about those job opportunities that might be available to our parents to create that economic security and stability that we talked about earlier. We've been meeting with STC to look at some additional course offerings for our families, as well as outside agencies to look at other pathways for education like CNAs and childcare and early childhood development. Again, all of this is about really working with our families to provide them with that economic stability, to increase their educational advancement, and really, really look at changing the trajectory of those families, because we know that when we can impact them economically and educationally, will impact what their students will do in our schools. So, in closing, we talked about our high-level, we gave you a high-level view of some of those initiatives that are in the blue boxes. We really talked about where we want to go and kind of those ongoing initiatives. The items that are in the green boxes are some of the things that we want to focus on for the upcoming year. We're looking at really pulling together our district strategic engagement team, which really is kind of a synergizing group of folks that are going to be serving as that advisory body that brings together community members, business partners, foundations, parents, staff, faith-based organizations to provide that guidance and resources for advocacy for those key district initiatives that we're looking at. We know, as we mentioned earlier, that engagement is not just a strategic engagement department, but it's in our entire community being engaged to make sure that, as Pillar 5 says, that all our communities are engaged. In terms of collaborating with our neighboring districts, we are collaborating with not only our neighboring, but other districts that have some similar practices that we're engaging in to really look at those best practices for engaging our families, engaging our staff, and learning from one another and sharing those ideas, particularly with our neighbor, because our students cross what we used to call the County Line Road, which is now, you all know it as University Parkway. So we see those kids going back and forth. So it's been a great opportunity to have discussions with our neighbors, as well as some that are throughout the state. We're looking at pulling together our speaker bureau this year. We know that we have amazing staff members with great expertise, but they can't do it all. So looking at how we can bring in other outside expertise to serve as valuable resources for our district, our school staff, families, our community engagement initiatives, including our parent universities. Using the speakers bureau to connect our school with knowledgeable professionals, community leaders, and subject matter experts who can provide insightful presentations, workshops, and discussions on topics that support student success, family engagement, and district priorities. Really looking at enhancing those learning opportunities that strengthens partnerships and fosters meaningful dialogue within our schools and our communities. One of the things that I'm really excited about coming up, I met with yesterday our CTE team, our student support services team, as well as our ESC team, to talk about looking at our transitioning students. Throughout our district, we have different projects that are taking place that look at our transition students from 6 to 12, our ESC students with our job coaches, and also looking at our scope and sequence that's within our CTE program. The focus, however, this year and our team is really looking at that college and career focus for our transitioning 8th grade students. The missing middle always has some issues, and so this is an opportunity to really look at that group of students. And so we are putting together a program that will motivate and provide those resources for those transitioning 8th grade students to prepare them for high school and beyond. We're excited that we're bringing in a career expert on April 7th to talk at 2 of our schools with our 8th grade students, Mr. Brooks Harper, and we're so excited to bring him in. He's amazing. I had the opportunity to see him present at one of our neighboring districts, and I've never seen a cafeteria full of diverse 8th grade students completely riveted as he was talking and engaging with them, to the point that they had books there. He brings materials for them. They didn't want to leave until they got him to sign their book, and they had questions, and that's what we want to inspire and motivate in our students. So when they get to high school, they're ready, and they're motivated, and they want to think about what next in their future. So we have many things in store that we're going to be working on this next school year and the future, and we're excited, and we're looking forward to being able to come back and bring you some of the results of some of these initiatives that we're engaging in. And we thank you for your support, and Superintendent Connor, I thank you for the opportunity to serve in this amazing capacity, and hope that we can continue to do amazing things for our students, our families, our staffs, and Sarasota County School District. So I'll turn it back over to Ms. O'Day and to you all for any questions that you might have.
Ms. Malley?
Well, thank you, Dr. Moore, and to your team. This is like beyond words of just appreciation. I mean, we've always talked about wraparound services. This is truly wraparound between the schools and the community, families. So I know you've put a lot of your time and your heart into this. I have one question that you're let me find it. Remember the old PALs?
Mm-hmm.
Is that been like incorporated into the Office of the Volunteer and community involvement?
So we haven't, PALS, to my knowledge, hasn't been active
For, I know, a long
since
time.
I've been there. I'm not sure what their capacity is at this particular time. The FLDOE has so many new initiatives that they're making some changes in terms of what they're sending down to us, like the resiliency coaches.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they're looking at things a little bit differently now, and how they want the volunteer office, how they want them to serve and support. They really want to encourage not just any volunteer, but they really want to bring the parents, and that's why I mentioned grandparents and parents. I mean, it's like stay-at-home folks. They want to encourage them to get involved with helping to really instill that level of resiliency and those resiliency characteristics in our students. So they're really kind of they're shifting the focus in terms of how we are impacting and how we are using our volunteers and working with our volunteers. And I didn't mention this, but for those who want to become resiliency coaches, there's a $150 stipend that's available to them. So very different way of thinking about how we are engaging in our volunteers.
Well, I appreciate that. I have people that ask me, about the old PALs and how can they volunteer, and I wasn't quite for sure how to answer that.
Yeah, they can.
So I know to call. I'll just
Absolutely.
refer to you.
And Miss Brian Smith, who is
Yeah, okay.
our new volunteer and community involvement coordinator.
Okay.
She is available. She's doing an amazing job reaching out to our coordinators and getting them trained and ready to answer those questions, and developing all of the protocol and the practicum experiences for those volunteers. So they can just call our office, and we'll be ready to help and support them in the application process, as well as steering them into what they'd like to do within our schools and community.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification, but I think it's wonderful. I've been to a few of your programs this school year, and last year, the one you had at Alta Vista, and one of my former students from Southside was a parent, and she looked exactly the same. My hair was lighter, but she knew who I was, so we reconnected, and she's going to be graduating, I believe, like with her RN.
Oh, that's
So
awesome.
I'm going to go to that
her
one, out to this,
graduation.
yeah.
Well, you can probably tap Mary Tucker for that.
Well, Mary
because
Tucker's
she
the one
is
who-
always
yep.
pushing, wrapping around those families. They call her like 24/7
Yeah.
with needs, and she is always there to respond to them. So
And she told me that, and she's the one who told me about that to come to the graduation or, the program. So anyway, just thank you for all of this. And like I said, your team, it's just excellent. Thank you.
our pleasure. Thank you.
Ms. Barker?
It's so thrilling to see the joy behind some of these initiatives, and so thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
I don't really have a question so much as a comment. When I saw your story time idea, it brought me back to a couple years ago when I would get to the library 30 minutes before it opened so that I could maybe get a spot at the 40 Carrots, story time. So I know that there is a need in the community for that. And if you need a guest reader, I'm your girl.
All right,
I'll be
remember
there.
that now.
Yes. And following that line of logic, wouldn't it be wonderful if we got some of those kids hooked up into our schools then?
Yes.
Right? So, I love that.
Ultimately,
Thank you
the
all
goal.
so much.
We
Yes.
want all of our children. We want to be able to educate all of our children.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Ziegler?
I'm so impressed with all of the initiatives coming out of this. Really, that's been built up over 2 years, not even 2 years, I feel. And it really is just this perfect synergy of where we can meet the community and the term wraparound services, but whatever that is, to engage them with our resources and allow them some entryways into our district. But also, there's so many people who have been blessed by being taught and, and gone through this district that are seeking ways, especially, there's a certain age where they're trying to get, once things kind of start to stable out, they're like, okay, I can get, I can start to get back, but where do I do that, right? And then so I'm really excited to see a lot of these initiatives. I think that this is really just a culmination. First, you're wonderful for this job. I mean, it really highlights a lot of the things I know you're incredibly passionate about, but also I think you're uniquely positioned where you have been in this district for a long time, this community a long time. You know so many people. I can't tell you how many times I hear about the initiatives you guys are doing from this. I heard great feedback from the CEO, like a lot of CEO. I heard really, really good feedback about that. But even some of our faith-based communities that are really, that are like trying to, they just want to help. They have, their parishioners want to help support their community, and finding that connectivity in the most appropriate way. It really has, I love getting the feedback. And I think a lot of what it's also created a gateway and a window into what the district does. And so those barriers are gone. And that's where, in my mind, this is where it all starts to really, really work. And I think we're seeing the fruits of that labor 100%. And I love the vision going forward about some of the creative things. And I really appreciate, I know we've talked about just the, parent-led, district-led parent university, and some of the creative ways to engage story time. I love that. I think that there are so many resources, and we have so many people who are a wealth of knowledge, and trying to find that sweet spot so we're not burning out too many people, but how do we tap into them while they're already doing it, and then kind of get that out so other people can see it. And I just am really excited to see that curation. So I think that was all just, yes, you guys are just doing great. Oh, one thing you mentioned something about Fall Festival, and this may happen. And I know you mentioned it as Macintosh, but when we do events like that, do we invite our feeder elementary school families?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes, there were lots.
Good.
Of ones. We
Okay,
had a
good,
petting
good.
zoo, so they were like all over it.
Right.
They had big chickens.
They're like,
and
oh my gosh, look
a
at
big
all this
white
stuff. Because I don't
cow.
think, and I wonder how many people just don't realize that. But listen, as people with younger kids, if it's a small cost to come in, some like fun activities for your kids and some pizza, like they're coming, and then they get to see what we're doing. So the more we can really expand that, I think again we're just creating more of a gateway into what this district offers, and kind of going full circle into where we were before. The market is more competitive, but as you know, all day long, I think we're up to the task. We just want to lead them inside so that they can take a look and see what we're doing. But I'm very excited about a lot of these initiatives. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
It really, I know I hear it. And so I think that is definitely making an impact. And I know I'm not the only one. So thank you.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much.
Mr. Edwards, please.
Lots have been said that I already agree with. So I would note and I've said this before. I think I probably said it to you a few times too. MTC weekends usually on the front end of school, and they're always on a Saturday. And that's one of the things that I've seen in my work and in my conversations is actually getting parents to the table is the hardest thing out there. The two, Mary Tucker, I see her in the back, wave. They do call her 24 hours a day. And the big key thing here is that she works hours to establish the trust that's necessary to get that parent to the table, because the systems for years have broken down, and when they were students didn't have a great experience at school, and so now they're parents and they're untrusting, and it's generational compounded on top of it. And so when I hear the 2Gen initiative, I get very excited because I know that takes a long time, and it's so well worth it, but it's built on trust. And when I looked at the slide, I saw all the career initiatives, which are so vitally important to help families, but there's so much more to the 2Gen program. Are we investing in that? Is that a direction that we're planning to go?
In terms of
the entire 2Gen program.
So one of the things that I mentioned earlier is how we want to expand that from the 4 schools to really make it more of an equitable opportunity for our families that are other Title I schools. And so we are, Mary and I and Ms. O'Day, of course, are sitting down looking at what that structure looks like, because one person can't do it all. I know that.
Listen.
However, there are ways that, now that we have a nice team and we work very well collaboratively together, and all of our, as you saw as we were discussing this, many of our initiatives overlap. And so how we can support making sure that we are providing those resources for our other families, for all of our Title I families. And we've been meeting with STC, we've been meeting with other community organizations, and looking at how we can expand those opportunities for our families, expand those pathways, expand our offerings. So to your question, I would say absolutely, we're looking at that. And but it's a slow and steady move. So that we can make sure that whatever we do it so that we can continue to build that trust, make sure that it is sustainable and that it's going to be successful. So absolutely.
In terms of Mary Tucker's job description, that was a vital role in building the entire 2Gen program. Is that something that you're looking into? I mean, we are talking about cost containment, and I'm talking about adding a job description. So I'm just.
So are you offering me? I'm just going to keep it real talk.
Listen. From where, and I want to make sure that I love that we've invested 2 years into this process, and that we're putting our toes in the water to see what's working and what isn't working and what can be leveraged and what, where should we invest. The volunteer and community piece is huge, because I get that all the time about, I want to do something but I don't know what to do. Now I know where to have people call. The parent university, that's all part of what I'm saying, is that we offer this, but it's so hard to get parents to be here. And what I've seen is that the struggle is trust, as well as hours that we're offering it and they're working. So how do we mesh that? I mean, that I don't mean to tell you your jobs on that, but I'm thrilled. And from my perspective, what I've seen is your department is as key as fixing the 3rd grade reading scores as anything, because our stagnant 3rd grade reading scores are always in Title I schools. That's where we have the biggest problem, and the work that's needed to bring the families and the student and the 2-gen and all that work together to overcome a lot of those challenges, or where I see huge opportunity. And and I do share that with the superintendent all the time, if I could put chips on the table of where to invest, it's in that area, and it's with those families, and it's getting them to the table that takes such a long time to build the trust. Lastly, the career coach that you mentioned that goes to 8th grade, can I get an invite to that? I'd like to, you know how I feel about every student graduating with a plan.
You're going to be taken in by it, but absolutely, I can certainly send you that information. It's going to be on April 7th. They'll be at Brookside Middle School at 9:40, and then at 11 a.m. at McIntosh Middle School. So those are the two. We were looking at 3 schools, but one school they had some conflicts on that date, but certainly you're all welcome to attend.
Okay, thank you so much. Well done, everyone.
Mr. Edwards, you had asked about positions. When Mr. Connor will be meeting one-on-ones about some realignment, you're going to hear some realignment, which doesn't mean you're adding. It means we're maybe revising, merging. There may be some other personnel that might have some similar job roles that we're going to be advancing into supporting the work, similar to what we're saying that Mary Tucker is doing, and that origin of that program at Alta Vista. As you mentioned, it takes a long time to build that trust, and we're trying to expand her. We're going to let her multiply like gremlins into the other Title I schools, which she is supporting, but finding ways to allow her to get that area of that work a little more active. And as we do some realignment, pushing some of that down to South County, and not only just 2-gen, that's just one prong of it. You know, whatever we can do based on the needs of that community, we want to do. There's also, Dr. Moore is working on really expanding business partnerships. Although we have a strong foundation support in our community, we are missing it when it comes to business partnerships. The car dealerships, the construction companies, there's a lot of areas that we can be doing more to bring in funds to support these programs in this department and funnel funds back into our Title I schools who need these programs the most to make that connection with their families. So you'll hear more about that in our next update. But that's something we didn't talk about today, but just know she is out there shaking hands and kissing babies and making connections to bring in additional funds to support these initiatives.
Thank you. Well done.
Ms. Ziegler?
Something I meant to say, and it reminded me when Mr. Edwards mentioned, which I completely agree, is that connectivity, building the trust, building their awareness, trust, interest, all those things to get families, parents, grandparents to the table. And I know you'd mentioned webinars, and this is just something to think about because, and I know as our marketing team and community comms team does such a tremendous job, there is an element where people are working and we have people who are on social media, but if we have the budget for it, where you're able to have some of the information we already have, because I hate when you build a webinar and then you just don't have the attendance. And you have an on-demand feature was fantastic, but there's almost a ramp up of like making them know we are a place for resources in an unconventional way, right? Like, so if I'm just thinking, I'm just using the idea of social media, if we're able to put some financial means to it before we invest human capital into this end of it, if you can make it kind of shorter and easier or more palatable, so it's less of an investment of time, but it's more of an awareness, and it's like, hey, this was really valuable. When you put that webinar out there, you're more likely to have people come because you've already really kind of illustrated to them that we're not just talking about in a conventional classroom, we're also reaching out to our parents, and these are these tidbits of resources. And so when that webinar gets released, it's going to already have kind of a built-in audience of interest, and that will be more inclined to sign up. So just a thought.
Thank you. I agree with that. I know our communications team has done an amazing job of providing means and ways for us to get information out. We've been using the In Touch now, and of course we're going to be building some of our own newsletters as well. But some of the things that we've learned this year, like for example, what I talked about with the free and reduced lunch application. The reason that we were able to make that happen was because we worked with people who families already trust. And so when you develop those relationships, which we have been doing, and I mean, it's a plethora of organizations and community members that we have just come to be involved with. We've been talking, but now we're actually working with them. We sent something today to an organization that says, hey, we need to get this out to people so that they can give us some feedback and be a part of a focus group. It was just like that, and we know that that's going to happen because they're doing it in an area where people trust them. That's just with the organizations. It's the same groups of people where families find themselves where they're trusting, and so if they say, okay, you need to make sure that you go to this, you need to make sure that you listen to this or you participate with this. That's the beginning of how we start building that trust. And so we're really excited about that because we're seeing the tangible results of our interactions with new stakeholders in our community.
Great work. Very exciting.
Thank you for that.
Can you introduce the ladies in red?
I won't say that because that's not appropriate, but I'll go ahead. I was thinking about the woman in red, but anyway. Ladies, I'll just call their names and tell you who they are, and they'll stand as I call their names. So, Dr. Deidre Brady is our Parent and Family Engagement Administrator. And she is just amazing. All of those mock-ups that you're seeing, she's the girl. and she comes to us with a plethora of experience. She's been a school-based administrator. She's been a district-level administrator. And so she brings a wealth to this team. Next to her, of course, Miss Mary Tucker, who's our parent education navigator, and just an amazing partner in our community. And you can probably find any resource that you want with her. So we are just so grateful that she is now a part of this team. And certainly not least, but last, who I'm going to introduce is Ms. Brian Smith, who is our volunteer and community involvement coordinator. She has really shaped up already in her short period of time of being with us, our platform for our volunteers and ensuring that we're able to communicate with them differently. She's been working with all of those volunteers that have been reaching out to us and walking them through the process, inviting them in so they can come in and we can help them too fill out applications. She has been working with training our school-based volunteer coordinators and business partner coordinators. She's developed a whole lot of information for training, both for them and those resiliency coaches. She's the one. And I know that she's amazing because I hired her at McIntosh Middle School as a teacher many, many years ago. She was also our TV production specialist and the yearbook specialist for that school. So I knew that she was bringing a wealth of support and skill sets to this team. So we're very excited about this. I have a powerful team behind me. So I'm very excited about where we're headed, so stay tuned. And again, I'm grateful to the patience of Ms. O'Day and Mr. Connor for, just being patient as we built this team, and we're not done yet, so get ready.
So what do you do with your extra spare time?
What? And well, I don't sleep much, so I'm usually here. But
I know you're not very engaged in the community. I think you've only been here a couple of days, so you've done a great job. But no, I wouldn't expect anything less. I've known you for a long time, and I know that whatever you do, that you're successful. And so I know that at the end of the day, if you just look at the packet of all the information that you guys are putting out there and doing, I mean, they've been doing Parent University. We've tried all different things to get parents engaged for 25 years here or more. And it's really, with everything that's going on, you can see it really is taking place and moving forward, especially after the hurricane stuff, because I heard so many parents were so complimentary and teachers about everything that was provided that we'd never had before, because we hadn't had anything that hit us like that before. Mm-hmm. So hats off to all of the ladies and everything that you continue to do, because ultimately it just makes us all look that much better, because it's really the commitment our staff has to making kids better. And that's really what I know your commitment has been since I've known you for just a few short years. So so thank you guys. I know. Thank you guys for everything that you do.
Thank you so much.
Any other comments, Superintendent Connor?
I just want to first say thank you, Dr. Moore, for your leadership. I know it's been some starts and fits throughout the year, and regardless of that, I've thrown some things at you, and you have done an amazing job in leading through that, through these initiatives, because you understand the importance of the connections throughout the community. And I can tell you, what an asset to come in as a brand-new superintendent, not familiar with Sarasota County in that first year, and being able to take your leadership and direction about who to meet with, what landmines to avoid, making all those connections. So I really appreciate what you've done, and I'm looking forward to the mighty trio back there, along with your leadership of what's to come. So appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Superintendent Connor, on to the next thing on the agenda,
Thank you.
which is the board meeting schedule.
Thank you, Chair. So our last item is to talk about our frequency of board meetings. I know this is April, which has now given us a trial period of 3 months. Back when we decided on one board meeting per month, we said we would give it some time. And I recently shared with you, as of last week, a document, a proposal that I'd like to request that you consider. As we have been holding these meetings monthly, staff and the business of the board has been effectively being able to conduct that within that one meeting per month. And so, it's going to be my recommendation that we continue to have one business meeting per month, not precluding the fact that if we need to have additional meetings, we can always do that. This trial period has allowed us to really carry forward the business of the board successfully. And as I've been out in the community, I think listening to our stakeholders and some of those who have been at our board meetings and speaking publicly about the concern of having one meeting per month, it really boils down to just the limited opportunities for that public comment. We do know that there's a lot of things going on in the educational landscape nationally, in Florida, right here in Sarasota. And so the proposal that I'm bringing forth to the board really aims to address the concern, to create that opportunity for dialogue. One of the things I think we all probably could agree with, I'll speak for myself, but when we do hear from the public, it's great to hear, but that one-sided conversation is difficult because you want to respond, and this is just not the format to do that. And so in order to alleviate that and really be more responsive, the proposal would dedicate times throughout the year. So we'll start with 3 times throughout the year to do, and you can call this many things. It could be a community forum, a town hall, but what I've deemed it to be an insight community connection. And for us as superintendent and the board to really connect with especially the dedicated communities who are out and dedicated to advocating for education and for the students of Sarasota County, giving us a platform to do so. And so in that proposal, you see that I have 3 in-person sessions throughout the year distributed across the district because we know that geographics does play a part in this. So we would do it in North County, Central, and South County. We do that quarterly, April, August, and December. Initially, and we can always adjust this as needed, this would look like a 90-minute format, and we would do a little welcome, maybe a presentation on a topic that is pertinent. Could be budget, could be scholarships, could be anything, right? And we would give some updates there and then allow some Q&A from the audience and those who are participating, and then opportunities for the board to speak directly with constituents. So that proposal was given to you a few days ago for your review, and I'll open it up for conversation.
Ms. Ziegler?
Thank you. I appreciate this. I read over the proposal, and I do like it. I think that, one, I know many of us after public comment have mentioned and addressed the public comments about public comment, and I think was very clear that we wanted to balance efficiency. I think it's been a tremendous impact, and that was my biggest concern is we've shifted and created more systems, making sure that 1 month gives enough lead time for the superintendent and staff to be in compliance and remain ahead of schedule for any kind of contracts or anything like that, or allow for adjustments should something not go as planned, because that's just how it works. And so far, I've seen things go off without a hitch. I think that also alleviates staff time to do a lot of things, which I think is important when we're asking them to achieve some major transformations. But I also think it's really important to be accessible to the community, and I would agree that one-way communications always sometimes tough, and people, especially don't come frequently, they think you're just being really rude and ignoring them. And I think we always try to address that afterwards, but sometimes they leave. But I would love a different format where all board members are available. You have staff. I'm a big believer in, if you're doing a listening session, it's either a real listening session where it's a town hall, you're not doing a massive presentation. However, if you make a short something where it's kind of curated towards a topic, it allows for a little bit more preparedness. But I certainly want to welcome the opportunity for people to address whatever in a free format. And hopefully that alleviates. It's interesting. I've gone back and looked at, we've done it for 3 months. So 3 board meetings we've had.
Yeah, so typically, we've always had one meeting in December, January, and July. So,
Right,
So we've done it December, January, February, and March.
Okay.
December being, we've always done it.
Right. So, and the reason was, is I was looking back in summary, some of the comments, and a lot of the comments, because I know one of the concerns was we're not going to be able to get through the comments we have on the agenda items, and it would go into a late night. But predominantly, and there is a lot going on in education, and that's going to continue. But that, a lot of the comments were really more about the agenda, but I didn't find that people were I did not find that there was not the double negatives, triple negatives here, that people were unable to address their concerns about anything being voted upon because of us consolidating to 1 month. Because if we're going into 11 o'clock at night and people have concerns about things that we're, taking action on, that's a legitimate concern, but I don't believe that has demonstrated itself. And I think we have the nimbleness that if we sense something, there is a vote coming up that we are monitoring. I know communications team does a really good job monitoring what's going down, but all of us kind of watching that. If we sense that there is one particular item that we believe maybe it needs to be a standalone, I think we have enough nimbleness to do that through the chair and the superintendent. So I'm on board for it. I like the idea of different regional locations and it not being a traditional board meeting, because I fear that we might not get as much response. And I think this I think it's a solution better than what we had before. So I'm on board for it.
Ms. Marinelli?
Thank you. I've really given this a lot of thought, and I have read your proposal a few times, and I support that because I feel like the way of work has changed in the last 2 years. And just because a board meeting's always been done a certain way doesn't mean that we can't change that to go along and better reflect what we're trying to do in the district. So I think this is, what Mrs. Ziegler said, she's absolutely right. We cannot exchange. We just have to listen, and we can, try to answer a few things, but it's a one way. We're having these 3, then it's a time that we can really dialogue and talk about things that are going on in the district. And if there are, the concerns that we have control over, because many of the things that are said, we don't have any control over. This is not the venue to make some of those changes. What we can do is explain and try to keep ahead of what we're going to be doing, but we can't really answer a lot of those questions until we know what all is going to be happening. So I support this wholeheartedly. So thank you.
Ms. Barker? I saw you reaching.
Thank you. I also like this as an alternative to going back to the 2 meetings a month. And what I understand from talking to staff is that the sort of cyclical nature of these board meetings lends itself better to doing the actual voting business that keeps the district, in compliance once a month. That makes sense to me. And it also makes sense to me that our community has experienced a challenge with trust, and feeling like they can trust us to hear them and really take their concerns into consideration. I think as we continue to work together, and I think we're seeing this happen already, we will earn that trust back. So I am very open to this. My only thought is that, Ms. Ziegler, you said we have the nimbleness to be able to bring a meeting to the table. I guess maybe I haven't really seen that play out except for when we were redistricting. But like if one of us has a concern, we would have to get the chair on board, and then the chair would have to get everyone else on board. Like there'd have to be some consensus. Is that right? Or
So
am I wrong?
according to our operating procedures, the superintendent can call a meeting,
Okay.
the board chair can call a meeting, or 3 board members.
3.
We would have to be at a meeting for
Right.
3 board
Okay.
members to call a meeting. So those are the 3 ways in which if we needed an additional meeting.
Okay. Okay. And then the other piece of it that I was thinking through in our conversation about things tend to sort of bubble up, especially during legislative session, right? We know when the hot times are. Over the summer, we don't need 2 meetings necessarily, but we have these hot times when topics start to come up. And would it make sense to add an additional one of these listening sessions during those time periods? So.
Absolutely. I am completely open to any feedback, and that makes a lot of sense.
Mr. Edwards?
So I'm a little bit of an outlier in this. Not that I've spent my time being available, and I talk to people all the time. So I don't mind being in a public forum, and I know that Coffee with Connor has been very successful, particularly from people that I do speak with, that they've had a chance to sit down and get to know the superintendent. And so I don't think that my concerns are a couple. One is we're moving into a very difficult time, I think, financially. There will be changes that I've thinking about transportation. I'm thinking about lots of different things. Enrollment. How are we going to be dealing with these new schools that are opening? How all these things are going to be, and just 3 more when we typically have 2 meetings to get feedback, to get information from the constituency. And plus, we're elected officials. I think we need to be available to do that part of our job, what we're elected to do. So, and the last piece that I'm concerned about is that 90 minutes is pretty scripted. More than half of it is presentation and topic oriented, and it's not really doing what we are saying. And so and lastly, I said that before, we're not getting to South County, and that's the other part of, but I want to say, I completely understand the staff situation. I can't be more supportive of that. And one of the other things that I think goes in conjunction with that, and I've said that through 2 superintendents, is the presentations themselves, the PowerPoints, all of that is so big, and so how much time goes into that. I think we could ratchet some of that time down so that it's bullet point, conversational, and less time from staff in a lot of that work. So those are my thoughts. I'm open to a hybrid of what we just said, in addition to keeping staff time at a minimal, being available, and getting to South County.
I'd also, I agree the South County part. I know in May we're going to go to South County. I know that Ms. Barker and myself, we both have office hours after. That's been very successful to give more access. I do like this piece with the 3. Maybe we could almost flip-flop it a little bit to do south, then central, then north, instead of going back north, and actually put some dates. I think that's good. I think that also, agreeing with Mr. Edwards, I think that in regarding the presentation piece, I would like the caveat, to broadcast it like we do a board meeting, so that people would have immediate accessibility, that they would be able to see. And I know, because I know that that's one of the things, is that they want to be able to have that. And I do like the part, though, that we would be able to engage them back in reference to answering questions they have or individuals' opinions on a specific topic as it was raised. So I think, for the transparency piece, we've done a lot as we've moved forward in reference to making ourselves, I think, more available. I think this continues to make it a little bit more available. And as the chair, any board member that at any point, just like today, I think it's important that board members, when they have a question, I would rather, it's that old adage, I'd rather have you ask a question than not ask the question, to be able to get your answers. So while we're doing these presentations, I think that as all of us at being the same exact level, if we have a question that's specifically at that time, I would rather have that to be answered, because that may lead into other things that we don't know, because we're all equal. Anybody who wants to call for a meeting, based upon the circumstance, I have no issues with doing that, because I think that's what a good chair should do, is because you're never bigger than anybody else that sits on the board in regard to the accessibility. That's why, obviously, 2 days a month I'm available to meet. And I know, like I said, Ms. Barker's available to meet. I know that Mr. Edwards is in the community all the time, out there talking, going to events, same with Ms. Marinelli and Ms. Ziegler. So I'm supportive of this. I'd just like to see maybe it changed a little bit, since we're always North County. Start south, do something April, South County, get that on there. Then we follow up in May with the board meeting, which ties right into that. And then we obviously go into the summer. I do agree that we probably will have to add a couple at the time when it comes to, especially when we're looking at budgets. I know that, talking to Dr. Kemp, we also are going to have additional meetings, because we have to do the Venice High School redistrict for Welland Park. And that's going to be something in the community that's going to be, we'll have lunch catered and dinner and then a snack. Not to make any light of it, but it's going to be something, because I know that community down there is, they support their schools like everybody does, but Venice definitely supports them to the highest level, and I'm very, very appreciative of that. So with that couple of changes, have it live, have it actually like we would do a board presentation, maybe switch it up to do south, central, and then we know that potentially in the fall, with some of the legislative changes, we will have to move forward with that. I think, as well as continue the accessibility, any other board member that wants to have time for the public to come to meet with them, I think is beneficial. And I think with all of that, I think that we're doing more. And I think there are 26 other school districts that do one meeting per month. Over 30 that do one meeting a month. So we would not be an outlier as it relates to the 67 counties. Ms. Ziegler?
Yes, so I wanted to mention, I do agree that when we do these, and I think I skirted over it, but Mr. Edwards and I think Mr. Enos mentioned it as well, is that when we do these, you want a majority of the time to be comments/questions from the community. You can set it up where even if it's like we have questions submitted in advance, whatever, we sign up for that. You can even have some asked in advance, and maybe the board answer them, whatever. I mean, you can split them up and then have people stand up in a line, like there's when you have like a town hall kind of situation. So there's some kind of preempted or previously submitted questions, and then general comments or questions. I do think you have to have a time limit on them, because we just have to. Yeah, but I do agree that the purpose is not to present to give PowerPoints and graphs, and no, I mean, we do that here, and but to really hear from the community. And I think even moving into legislative session, again, as a board, there are so many areas, as I think are demonstrating pretty regularly, that we do agree on, that fall right inside to our bailiwick. And moving into legislative session, if we are going up to Tallahassee together, something before committee weeks, or even a little bit before, Mr. Parento and Mr. Connor can work on that time frame. But if we have kind of some sense of what may be coming or what concerns are, and offering that opportunity for us to then come back and workshop and really sharpen our pencils to come together. So I think all of those things lend itself to building trust. We're hearing people. Everyone up here is encouraged and empowered to have their decisions and their, to vote as and support what they want to. But I think this allows us that collaboration. And I think, like I said, I think it will actually lend itself to better outcomes, and will be more efficient, and staff gets one less day of long hours. So, but I'm sorry, that's not why I pushed my button. That was sidetracked. To answer your question, I will say historically, so it's in statute and our policies reflect that, but per statute, the only people that can call a meeting on their own are the chair or the superintendent, or a majority of, and it's not a super majority, I think it's a simple majority, of board members if you were outside of that, but you would have to be at a meeting. I would say, I think I probably hold the record for chair of holding the most special meetings, but they're for a variety of different reasons, but a lot, I mean, I don't think that I've experienced it being a challenge for other board members if it's being done in good faith, not for other reasons, because there's a cost incur. I mean, it's not nothing, but I think it is much more nimble than, and I think if there's a temperature that we can tell that there's bubbling up, I just don't foresee it being an issue. So that's just a thought.
Anything further, Superintendent?
I'm just going to recap for the good of the group, and I've heard a lot of input and very welcomed, and looking forward to making some adjustments to the proposal. So I hear live streaming option would be great. If we could do any types of Q&A in advance where they could submit, that could help expedite some of the process. So more time for Q&A, less scripted presentations. Probably, we may not even do any, right? We can just have an open forum. Starting with South County, maybe doing 2 in South County and then up Central. And the ability to call special meetings, I reserve the right, chair reserve the right, the majority of the board reserves the right. And I think with what's coming up on the docket with Welland Park boundaries, we're going to have plenty of opportunities to have meeting and input with what's going on. So is that my marching orders? All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, next, moving on to board comments. We'll just go ahead and start from the right to left, my right. Ms. Barker?
I do not have any earth-shattering comments. I just wanted to thank you all for your openness to dialogue today. Yeah. So thank you so much.
Ms. Marinelli?
I don't really have anything more, just to thank staff for their, sorry, there's so many buttons. But I don't really, yes.
Don't
I love you, but
don't have to point that out, Ms. Ziegler. Thank you.
my mic's not on.
Just one. Thank you. Ms. Marinelli, continue, please.
Sorry.
I don't really have anything else to say either, just to thank staff for everything. And I think all of us really had open dialogue and with everything going on. So I appreciate that. And it really sets the tone from the board of how the meeting's going to go. So thank you.
Ms. Ziegler?
I'm sorry. I love you, Miss Marinelli. I was just joking. But I want to thank my board members. Today was we covered a lot of topics that historically before used to just bubble up, and I think it was a really good conversation. Again, a lot of it was able to be done, or it was really surrounded by really good quality policies and processes that I think are really vital to sort of settling any kind of misunderstanding. I think everyone here is certainly coming at it from a very good place and a purposeful place. And I think that will, again, the more the community can see that for what it is, the better off everyone will be. And one thing I just want to make note of, especially as we kind of just discussed and looking ahead, as the changes, certainly the Department of Education at the federal level is a change that we don't know what that really looks like. But if there are, as I suspect there are, going to be more opportunities with funding moving towards the state level, I really want us to be at the table for those conversations, particularly as it pertains to our special needs families and Title I and whatnot. So just having that frame of mind, thinking of that and not waiting to be asked, but really thinking about that already. I know I am, and I believe that those conversations are ongoing. So I just wanted to put that in my fellow board members' minds as well. because I do think there's a good opportunity that I know there's a lot of speculation, but I do want to stress that I think there's actually a very strong upside of this, and I think we need to put ourselves at the table for that. So that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
So the two things that that I really would love to see followed up on, and I know some people, we took notes, I really would like to see the delta difference between the weighted FTE and what it actually costs us. We talked, so that's an important piece, and the trend of the scholarships, vouchers, those are, I think those are important pieces of information that we all need to have as we move forward, especially into our budget conversations. I also want to say that I think this is one of the first workshops that I have been part of where every single board member's concerns were addressed and not ridiculed. So I appreciate that. It was a very nice. So we'll see you next time.
As long as there's not more than one button, we'll be just fine. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Just a couple of quick things. First off is the next meeting will be April 15th at 6 p.m., which is tax day, if you don't know. The other thing is tonight, the two baseball programs that have the best records in Sarasota High School versus Venice at 7:30 tonight. The Sailors and the Indians will be playing at 7:30. I believe we both have 16 or 17 wins with only 3 losses. Wow. So tonight is going to be big in the district as well as the region, so I invite everybody to come out to the game tonight. Outside of that, I thought it was a very productive workshop, as it always has been recently. Hats off to staff, the superintendent for everything. Everybody, please stay safe. And we are adjourned till April 15th at 6 p.m.